All right, getting going here. Always a minute or two behind on the prep. It seems like we're all good here. All right, welcome. Welcome back to the next live stream for Satisfactory. My name is Wakata, and of course today we're going to resume where we left off last week in our build for the new 85 gigawatt power plant. Oh look, it's raining. And hopefully make a lot of progress on it today. We didn't get as much done last time as I intended because we ran into some problems. Trying to adjust something here on your screen. We kind of crashed the power in our factory last time, and then dove into the void on our way to try to fix it. So it was quite a fiasco last time, but this time we're gonna actually take some steps to prevent that from happening again. Welcome, Void. Yes, part 3. It is time for parts. Probably gonna have at least 4 parts. Thank you, Rick. Yeah, the storm veered at the last moment, and the hurricane proper didn't hit us. Though obviously we did get the brunt of the leading edge of the storms coming off of Ian, and there was a little bit of damage to like my back fence, and then of course you saw in the clips that there was my tree donated quite a bit of foliage to my yard. As well as some neighbors' trees really broke up some stuff. But overall, it was not nearly as bad as it could have been. And so, with all neighbors out first thing after the proper storm had passed, and we cleaned up yards and helped each other out and did some repairs and whatnot. So I think we're pretty good. Wanted to do something real quick. I saw a live stream, a posting, I guess YouTube posting from Snoot earlier today about their plans for update 7 and whatnot, but they mentioned that they had snuck some buildables back in, and I had never noticed them. And he said that they I knew that they had seen them posting, but they had taken them out because there was problems with them snapping to the terrain or whatnot. He said they've been pushed back in, and I didn't see an update when I loaded today. But I wanted to check the menus and see if we have any new blocks to use in our upcoming build. Yeah, I have power. I mean, I lost power quite a bit during the storm, and but it never stayed out. It was good. And I'm staring down at my non-functional UPS that as soon as I can afford to replace it, I'm going to, or at least replace the battery in it, because it was, and I would have had no problems at all had it been working. But it is what it is. But there was something they were talking about half blocks. Maybe it's something we have to purchase. They said they were re-added. Now, of course, we are still on experimental, not on the live branch, beta branch. I tried to go back to beta branch, and they did mention that they made this banner a little bit smaller. It's nice. I tried to go to beta branch, and the game wouldn't load. There's some mod collision going on, so we're sticking with experimental until the mods catch up. Oh wow, Lost the master bathroom bedroom to a tree. That's really bad. Yes, I am in the Tampa area. So I'm guessing we're not too far apart. Maybe half foundation and half pipe. I heard him say half foundation, and I thought, man, I would love. Oh, there they are. I've always wanted half. So the other thing I want is I want corner pieces, not corner ramps. Actual corner pieces. And especially corner pieces that we could snap walls to along with the diagonal edge. That would be the biggest thing that I would like to see them add. But this is nice. There have been plenty of times where a half foundation would have come in handy. So I'm excited to have more blocks to work with. Curious as to what little pie-shaped things are. We already had rounded edge. So I guess these are the rounded. Okay. So these are rounded edges. This is exactly what I'm asking for from a corner piece. I want a sheared corner piece. So before we had these rounded edges. See the bottom. We already had these, so we could already do that rounded corner. But we didn't have a full block underneath it. I want this. Well, I want. They've made a full block version of that rounded edge. What I want is a full block version of like this. Although that's the ramp. The inverted version, obviously. Sure. I want a full block version of this. That's not an up ramp. So we could actually do, the sides of a building that are angled as a solid piece, or pillars that are that way or whatnot. So it's progress. This is good. I'm not sad about it. I don't know if we have 7 tickets left without having to hit the. Oh, we do. Good. So Void, how is? I trust, since you didn't say that you lost your sister, you just said they lost their bath, that she is okay. I trust that no harm to the people were done. All right, I don't know what we'll use these for, but it's good to have more options. So, they sneak anything else in? Oh yeah, should pick these up as well. I knew there was a new inverted. I'm kind of surprised that we have to purchase those, because there was a new inverted thing like that. It might have been that they added them before and they were in here, because I played with them a little bit. I didn't actually build anything with them. Here they are. So it's interesting that they gave us these for free. These new ones right here, but not the roof versions of them. We're not going to do any roofing today. I'm not going to worry about right now, but we'll come back to that. It's good. Everyone's fun. Yeah, like I said, we got pretty lucky here. Let's see. We're gonna need to do anything in my inventory. There was a small. Back to this. Last session of course we crashed the entire facility, and I was thinking about how we can future-proof from that scenario, and there are a couple of things that we can do. I did a small between this week, I did a small temporary fix that I think will help us out. But there's a couple of things I want to do to more future-proof it. And there is led to a design change or a design addition that I want to make to the build we're working on. But also, you saw that was those of you who saw the Hurricane Ian post I made. I was working on something, and of course it wasn't working out, and the game kept. Well, I didn't say the game didn't keep crashing. The computer kept crashing because of power outage. But I did persevere, and we have a new station here. I'm going to go over this in the next episode, which will not be posted tomorrow. I didn't have time. But this took an obscene amount of time to get this. You know, I kept moving them and moving them and moving them, and because I couldn't make the turns right. But our rail line actually got pushed back one. So our rails used to be here and here. So our walkway got shortened, and I had to make a new line this way, which means I had to also move how that line comes up so that it's seamless. It shaved off a little bit of space here, but we didn't need this ledge that we had here. There used to be a ledge here. It was just, I originally had built it temporarily, so that, you know, when I was trying to put all this together several episodes ago, you know, but now we don't need it anymore. So losing that walkway isn't a big deal. But then of course, I had to turn the last station around, so they're all going the same way now. And it's all nice and unified now. We have them all coming in one way, and all going out the other end. And we no longer have the loop that was what killed us on the last session. Because remember we had 3 trains coming from all sides, and they all tried to go to that intersection at the same time. So you work at a VA hospital. You work security at a VA hospital. You mentioned you'd work security. You didn't mention that you'd worked at a VA hospital. Hopefully everything was good. It was still good at the hospital. Well, so we really got lucky. The Tampa Brandon area, St. Pete really got lucky because it didn't get the storm surge that it would have gotten had the storm passed on the east side instead of the west side. I didn't even check to see if I have the material. You know what? Before we leave, I won't have to come back. So we are adding. Why do I? We're going to be adding a new feature to the new location. Maybe today, maybe not. But it's going to involve power storage. And I have no idea how many. Let's say... I'm not doing math out loud because I don't want to give away the design idea yet. Let's just get the materials together for this. I don't know that we'll be making this many of them, but just, you know, to be safe. And this way we can have them being delivered to the job site for when we're ready to do this stage of it. I feel like I'm flying slow. All right, let's see here. Might have helped if I emptied out my inventory a little bit. So anyway, part of moving the station over did, however, give us a nice... See how much more clean this is for our early storage? Don't pay attention to the fact that these are cycling in a circle. There was already stuff in there, and I didn't want to throw off the numbers by deleting one of these. This is the one we need to get rid of. Anyway, you know, this preload area is now so much more clean now that we have a little bit of space to breathe. And I like it much better. I'm much happier with it. I mean, we have to walk a little further to get to our train, but it's definitely an improvement. We are not. I'm going to load this up, but we're not going to the job site just yet because I want to try to address our restart procedure. You know, we really struggled last session with restarting the factory. And so when I say I want to future-proof our factory from those kinds of issues, what I'm actually looking to do is set up a more reliable restart mechanism. Yeah. Oh man, I'm so glad we don't have over encumbrance in this game. Well, that would be... Encumbrance is the reason why I never finished Fallout 4. We need... Oh, we're gonna have enough wire. Well, no, they stack of 500, so it'll be fine. You know, as I had gone on about it before, the way batteries aren't really helpful in the game, in the sense of they don't really protect you from having your system crash because of the fact that it doesn't tell you that they have engaged. So I don't feel like we can reliably set up a system that will prevent us from having a crash in the future, other than avoiding the issues that caused the crash in the first place, which is why I fixed that loop at our station. You know, that was one of the places that trains could get congested and cause the catastrophic issue that we had. and also last episode we fixed other places where they could interact poorly through a different issue. So it's, you know, we're identifying one after another and solving these problems. So I already think that we're at a significantly less danger of a chance of another shutdown. But that being said, it really illustrated to us that we were very unprepared for dealing with a shutdown because we so reliably stay above our needs. The reason why we're making an 85 gigawatt power plant when we're not out of power is so that we never run into that problem. Right? This max consumption's a lie because we've temporarily shut off our Spire Coast facility. Yeah, I should leave Snud a message on Discord. I don't want to abuse my fame. But yeah, it does need to be. There's probably a suggestion thread on Discord that I could post that in, and I probably should. So we are going to start by going out to the other oil facility. Because I want to experiment with an idea for improving our ability to jumpstart the whole thing in the case of another failure. Now, unfortunately, there's just no getting around the train's not working anymore if we crash the network. So we still have to be able to drive all the way across the map. Yeah, I'm sure there's a suggestion area on the Discord. I just haven't paid attention to all the different channels. If I think about it, I'll check it tonight or tomorrow. So we're not going to actually pull into the station because I don't want to block the train that's going back and forth. Yeah, Rick. So you could say that there were some power issues. I mean, did we just pass 2 trains? Oh no, we passed the Clickwire train coming out of the house. Yes, Rickster. A fair bit of our last session was involved us trying to jumpstart our network because we crashed the entire thing. The short answer is that we had trains interact poorly at an intersection, causing them to back up, and the train that delivers the compacted coal, there's a relay set up, right? We have compacted coal going from our steel area via our belt superhighway to our storage, and then it goes from the storage to our home station, and the Quickwire train takes that to the electronics hub where it drops it off and gets picked back up by the train that comes out to the turbo fuel plant and drops off the compacted coal here. And those trains got stuck. so the compacted coal stopped getting delivered, and since there's no notification that that our batteries are running, this whole facility is shut down, and we were running on batteries for who knows how long, and eventually the batteries ran out, and then it was all she wrote. So the first thing that I've done, I did quickly between sessions, was I came here, and this is something that we're going to do in principle, though on a larger scale over at the new facility. So we have batteries over here, and these batteries were just built. These were never meant to stay here. We built these to jumpstart this plant the first time we turned it on, and then I was like, well, I'll just let them sit there. There was just no reason for me to tear them down, but they were never part of the design. What I have done is I've come here between sessions, and I've added this switch. And so what I've done is the switch is turned off. I've actually shut off the switch. These batteries are no longer on the grid. However, they are fully charged. So if we again somehow crash the grid, we will have this row of batteries that are 100% charged, and we can flip the switch and feed power back in as part of our jump start procedure. So they're isolated; they can't be drained. That's step one of my future proofing. Oh yeah. We went back to basics because we were running. So when the network crashed, we were out at the new building facility, which is on the ass end of the world, and we had to run back, and I basically I was like a dog from Up, squirrel. We were passing by a crash site that was up on a little plateau over a void, and I tried to jetpack across the thing and wasn't really paying attention. I underestimated the distance and the height and ran out of jet fuel and fell into the void. So that happened. All right. I want to get one of these out here so we can size of it. I want to put some temporary walls. That's good enough on its own. Just go up one more. Whoop. So yeah, last session was it was quite a fiasco. It was great time had by all. There's the metal right there. Maybe we should do. No, we're gonna do it like that. Oh hey, let's use. Foundations. Okay, that was not what I wanted to do. What? How do I... Brain not working. Okay, thank you. But it's odd that it's going to have a half graphic. I don't like that. Let's do this. We'll use that offset because we'd have to do half on both sides. Means we'll actually get one whole new one. So technically we're off the grid. Okay, so that should be high enough. If it's not obvious, what I'm doing is I'm going to set up turbo fuel storage that we can release back into the plant to like an adrenaline shot. I need to make sure that the pipes are high enough. So, because it's going to be it needs to be gravity fed. We need to be independent of power. The pipes go up this high. Is there any place where the pipes go higher? They do. They go over there. I think that's okay. It wouldn't. We don't need. It's not going to store enough to run the entire facility. Let's think about how we want to introduce this. We need to go 2 down. Eyeballing this. That's right. It's not right. I was right the first time. Yep. Oh, and then I goofed it up. Supposed to delete from the other side. You know, you would think I'd know how to do this by now. Saying how many billions of times I've had to run pipes. There we go. Okay, from the other side. Now it's centered. And then we're going to need the other side as well. And we're going to leave those as 300 Mark 1 300 output pipes because there's going to be 2 of them, and they're going to be feeding back into one 600 pipe. So. Well, I mean, we just tried using the half foundation and it snapped with all right. They also mentioned something about them being offset if they. We'll leave that there for the moment because we need to use it. If you change the texture on them, but based on the notes posting, I think that they're fine now. Go to vertical and a valve. And set the limit to 0. Now we just need a input, which now that I'm looking at this, I realize the flaw in my design. Try this again, except actually thinking about what we're doing. You're gonna clear it. I think it's gonna clear it. Come on, horizontal is vertical. It's supposed to do a straight. Why are you sloping? I'm noodling. Like, it works fine that way. I don't want it to look funny like that. Nope, I knew that wasn't going to work. Also, I'm going to want to re-delete that pipe because this won't actually be connected to that side. Alright, you know what? I'll worry about it later. You know, the irony of what we're doing right here is that this valve is going to be out of reach. I guess we'll have a jetpack. I mean, if we came back here without our jetpack and without our you know, if we jumped in the void again and came back naked, we wouldn't be able to reach that valve to turn it back on. All right. Is there enough head lift to actually get here, or do we have to? Yes, I don't want to spend all the time on our stream OCDing over that. It's something I can do off screen. OCDing, that is. So it should take a long time for these to fill up, and I'm perfectly good with that. What we're also going to want to do is to be able to shut this off so it doesn't circle. When and if we have to come here and actually right now it's going to come back to right. Now let's get it out of reach of the wave the other, in case we have to jump up and reach the other one. We don't need more things to click on. Okay. There we go. So now it should only be able to flow that way and into the storage. It should not be able to leave the storage because this valve is shut off. And over time, those two will fill up. And if we crash everything again, we can come over here, open those valves to do the injection of turbo fuel back into the plant proper, and after a bunch of it is distributed, we can go across to the little summer house there, flip the switch to turn on the batteries to jumpstart all of the refineries. The last thing we need to do is we need to be able to separate the rest of the world from here, so that when we kick on the batteries, they only power up these refineries, not the entire world. Because the goal is to get this entire plant up and running stable again. Oh. The rest of my factory is not very happy with what I just did because I just disconnected this power plant from the rest of the factory. Here we go. Drifting. So if we shift that, we should see, yeah. So grid A is running on the batteries that are at the coal plant, and this power plant is producing 16 gigawatts and is isolated, which is what we want. For now, I'm just gonna leave these here. I guess extra emergency, because we have the fuel right here we can unpack from it. Probably come back and clean it up at some point. We're using old brick. No, that's not quite the same red. There it is. I'm a burgundy. So are these filling up, or do I need to put pumps? Oh, I need to put a pump on it. Yep, it's not making it up the hill. That's okay. That's, the point is that we want it at a higher elevation so that it flows downhill. We don't care about not having power at that point. Papa. Pump under here. Dash it away. Find somewhere to plug it into. This area would probably benefit from Mark III poles. We have another material for it. I mean, this factory is complete. It's extremely dense on its. All the power poles, almost all of the power poles are at 7. It's not something I normally like to do. All right, they're filling up. I don't care how long it takes for them to fill up. Perfectly fine. In fact, let's I was gonna say I could restrict it to 300, and these could just be a Mark I pipe. But I don't like replacing a pipe that's been bisected. We'll just let it go. Let it go. Trust it's gonna be fine. Don't need that. You want that. Good. Right down the middle. There we go. And as suggested, maybe we could add a ladder. That way we can get up here and, although we can't jump high enough to get on top of these pipes, we can ladder up and jump down and walk across if worst comes to worst. All right, I think we've spent enough time here, but as you can see the idea here, I think that should we manage to crash the whole thing, we can probably jumpstart it much less painfully. At a future effort. So I'm going on record as saying that was completely wasted because we're never going to crash the network again. Oh. Go to our south right. I really want these to be alphabetical order. Let's go home next. There we go. So the facility we're building now is going to have an even larger power bank. That's going to be an isolated power bank, just like we did there. You know, 'cause this time this time the power bank will be part of the design, not just an incidental thing that's on the side. Yeah, it's true, Void. That yeah, we're building a self-sustaining refinery. This refinery we're building is going to be independent of everything else around the map. It doesn't require deliveries of material to it. Importantly, it's independent of the rail line. You know, plus at 85 gigawatts, I mean, we don't really need to go nuclear. But that kind of power coming from one. The geothermals are no, they're useless. I mean, I plugged a couple of them in, but they're averaging what, like 300 something megawatts, I think. 400, I think, between the two of them that we built, or three we built, I think we're getting like 400 megawatts out of them. I think at peak we're getting 400. So we're probably averaging like 200 megawatts out of them. The geothermal is, in my opinion, is a useless thing in this game. I mean, the thing that's the problem I have with them isn't the level of their output; it's the variability of their output. There's no stop. I wanted to talk yet. There's no value in their design. I'm trying to get in the train. What's going on here? So they introduced the variable power output of geothermals at the same time that they added batteries to the game, or power storage. Right, batteries are not an item we can make, but we're generically for batteries. Seemingly to counter the variable input of, or the power output of a geothermal. Point is that the variable output is meaningless. You know, I've never had to do nuclear in this game. There's always been more than enough power from oil. I'm going to go nuclear because this is a YouTube series, and I want to show people how to do this stuff. But from a need standpoint, I don't think we'll need it. The geothermal, you know, the nature of the geothermal, right, is that they go up. You know, their power output goes up and back down, up and down, up and down. And it means that you can only rely on its median output. So if a geothermal produces 300 at its max, you're only getting 150 megawatts out of it, because you should never be operating your factory at the break point to where, you know, it's variable, and they added batteries to compensate. So the idea is that whenever the geothermals dip to their minimum, the batteries make up for it by sustaining your factory until the geothermals go back to their maximum. That's a completely ridiculous concept, because if you're running your factory so close to your max output, your max power, that a geothermal's going to their minimum causes batteries to kick in, then you can't build anything else. Your entire factory's done. You put one more machine down, and now your you're going to crash the network. Eventually, you're going to be below the medium output. So the variable output gimmick adds nothing to the game. That's the problem I have with the geothermals. Just make them a reliable throughput, just like every other power source. Because they are a reliable throughput, but the reliable throughput is their halfway point, not at the top or bottom of it, which means the variable mechanic serves nothing. If that rant made any sense. I also, between sessions, I stopped by here one time, real quick, and because I noticed that we were at home, we were full on the aluminum sheeting, and we're going to need aluminum sheeting here at some point, for the Mark V belts. So I did a quick little splitter on here and merged it back with this line. So you can see some copper sheetings coming down every now and then. And I didn't make a dedicated place to it. It's just running its well to the overflow bin here. If this manages to fill up, I'll just I'll disconnect that line. But I don't see that being an issue. All right, let's see here. Oh boy, where were we last time? Cause, you know, we never, after we crashed the network, we never made it back here because of our problems that we had. So this is for anyone who wasn't here last time, or just refresher. This is our general layout. Now I need to get my spreadsheet back on my other screen. By the way, I'm not. I don't have my giant mug of Pepsi today. I went to the gas station to fill up, and the convenience store inside of it was closed. Don't know why. Freaking Ian was days ago, but couldn't get my refill. So I'll have to get out of my chair at some point and refill my cup. Let's see here. So right, 2 floors for diluted fuel, 2 floors for crude. So this is floor number 1 of our diluted fuel. Floor number 2. I don't want the entire building to be just a big square, but we're establishing for now our basic layout that we're going to need to fit the machines in, and then we can look at how can we maybe reconfigure them to create some interesting shape. And if we don't find it to be viable, then we just enlarge the facade. Oh, I won't be floating over the void. Not autosave. So we need 2 floors of the crude oil, which means these are going away. That would be 7 floors, right? 7, that's 8. Yeah, 8 tall. That'd be the floor, and then that right there would be the first floor for the first of many floors for the fuel generators. So it'd be somewhere between 10 and 12 floors. Power. Seriously? I already ran out of concrete? We haven't even started yet. I started talking when we were over here. I looked at my inventory with the intent of emptying a lot of my inventory so that we could get building materials. And then I just got distracted and forgot. Alright, I just want to get one of these up here as a visual reference and something for us to take off of. And we recentered the building, so what was the more inwards? Reclaim some of our concrete this way. Well, that's right. We don't have to go anywhere for our concrete because we're building it on site. I mean, I should still manage my inventory a little bit for the build that we're getting ready to do. But we also needed to determine a color scheme for this. Or did I? I'll need to delete this. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna replace a lot of them with the other texture anyway. So we're going crude oil. We just do a black floor. Yeah, geothermal comes too late in the game for it to be useful. You know, like it's a geothermal and batteries both need to be introduced much earlier in the game for them to be, you know, before we have a truly stable setup where they would be much more useful. We're working at smaller margins at that point, where we can survive fluctuating power sets. Now, when we build a building that eats up 3 gigawatts just from that one building, is just a scale that this doesn't work with it. Well, have fun with your or a 4-hour shift. Yeah, that's a little unusual. We'll be here for hours, so feel free to stop back in. glad you could drop in. Nonetheless, let's see what. Hopefully, we'll see you a bit later. Toy with some colors. Black is an obvious easy one. Easy choice. Because it's crude. I don't know if we want to go that dark. Like this gray isn't too bad. I like the black. Wrong. Oh, right. It's have to change back and forth constantly. It's about what it looks like when we're standing on it. Because like I said, when we did the blue and white of the original iron smelter building, it really felt like I was running around on carpet. It was kind of a softness to it. This doesn't feel soft. It feels like rubber. It's still softer than running around on metal. That's a little softer. The color. I think maybe we're going to try gray. Dark. It's a good dark gray. Try this one. That's even lighter. Oh, that guy snuck in there. Then there's... Oh, that's even... I think it's getting too light, because it's crude. It's supposed to be dark. Yeah, this gray is a lot more rich, I guess. I think I prefer it. It's this one right here, so... The foundations. Actually, we'll make this a lot easier on us. Paint the ones that are already here. Try to spill over the edge and end up painting the floor below. So I don't remember what color swath we used for that. The floor is below us. And out of power. That looks like that's the end of that. Yep. I don't remember what the dimensions were. They're on my spreadsheet I looked over. I think it's like 21 wide, something like that. Be easier just to draw out the boundaries of it. Yep. Good. No, not 80. That's actually where we need to... Yeah. Of course, we'll run power down the middle of it just so that we can fly. It's so much easier to build these when you're at a higher angle. power out. Can we go? Whoa, power. All right. How much easier that is. Of course, we forgot to refill our inventory. We're gonna run out pretty fast. Yeah, that's gonna do it right there. Fortunately, we don't have to go far. And we really need to do something about our inventory. I have a miner in my inventory. That was from when I moved the rail station back at home. Originally, we had 2 rail stations, and then we had an opening, and then a 3rd rail station because there was a Mark 1 limestone node, or a Mark 1 miner on a limestone node under the station. It pokes up through the station. We never actually used it. It never actually went anywhere or had power, but we had built our station around it in case we wanted to use it. And looks like we're never going to use it. It actually might have been useful to have now, because we were running concrete to the station for our train to pick up. But we run it from the warehouse. Had I thought about it being there, I probably would have just had it dedicate to it. But not at this point. All right, yeah, that's one more floor built. Need to manage my inventory. We have a chest over here. In fact, I think it was about where we were at when we lost our power last time. Dumping stuff into this temporary chest. Let's see here. Doing any machines right now, so we don't need that. Sure why we even have all these computers on us. That should be good. Let's oh boy. Just set this out here. That's 113, I think. 113 Packers. 333. We don't know where it's going to end up. I mean, it's probably going to end up way up there, but I don't feel like moving all the way up there right now. It's nice. It kept all the settings that time. This needs to go. What is that? And all of that. I'm not sure how we're going to do that exterior, but that really didn't look right to me. We might see if we can do anything with the new shapes. I think it's 21. See how close that is. Doesn't need to be exact because it's temporary. Oh, not 21. 20. Close enough. It got us all the way over here. Shit. A little slow today 'cause on my acute headache that I think is on its path to being a migraine. Because it's impacting my vision. It says headed off. All right. I said it was 20, right? Yeah. So I mean, I think it was wider than it is deep. I think that was 21, so 17 more and we'll test it out. I guess we won't go 17 more because we don't have the material. There, our train is back. Oh no, that's the aluminum train. Oh, there goes our train off in the distance. Yeah, migraines are not fun. Oh. That's 16, right? Wow. I think that's 14 plus 16. Plus 4, 16. Yeah, I grew up with chronic migraines, so it's not more fun, but at least getting them isn't doesn't shut me down. I hesitate to ever say that you get used to them. Because you get to deal with them. Used to dealing with them. Alright, let's see. So we want to make sure we maintain a route up and down. That's 4 already. Yes, that's 16 there. Makes it 21. Yeah, 21. Excellent. So it's 20 by 21. 19 more here. Not 39. 17's good enough. This helps getting the outer boundary in place. Up. Oh. was a little further away from the power than I realized. Come on, there you go. I find to sometimes think back about early game when you're trying to, you barely even afford any of these foundations. Standing around a constructor waiting for it to make enough sheeting to just to place a little bit more. I toyed around once with building a sky world. Still might revisit it at some point. Or the idea, not the actual one. I toyed around with it as a proof of concept. You know, as soon as you got to the point where you can make concrete, basically, you just go up as high as you can to clear the entire terrain of the map and just start laying out foundations. And you have to, it'd be creative about getting materials from, because all the nodes are still on the ground, getting all the materials up into the sky. Of course, last time I experimented with that idea, it was even before we had item lifts. So I had to have, winding staircases going all the way up, and then conveyors riding them up. I'm pretty sure I didn't have conveyor lifts yet. I know I didn't have turbo or hypertubes yet. I tried to avoid going to the ground whenever possible. But I do think it'd be interesting to try to do a full-scale game. Basically, you just have, it'd be cityscapes, right? Because you would have these wide open areas of platforms, and then you would just have massive buildings put together like cities. And of course, you could paint the foundations to make roads and everything. I think it would be kind of cool. All right, so we did 2 floors of the gray, so that's the 2 crude oil floors. Why I don't have my sign here for crude oil is well beyond me. Okay, well, I wrote that sign there. You can even see it. Alright, now you're get the power generation sign moved. Okay. Get rid of it so it doesn't confuse us in the future. Alright. So, power. I'm not really sure how we paint this floor. Or if we even use the same material. I almost feel like this floor would benefit from being glass, or part of it glass. Let's see here. Woo! this down here for the moment until we have a floor type that we want. That's not the right dimensions. I mean, electricity is usually kind of associated with yellow from lightning bolts. I don't want a bright yellow floor. Almost tempted to switch to coated floor too. It's shiny. It doesn't feel like a great idea to have a metal floor for power generation. Get some of these down here, and we don't have enough plastic, but that's all right. We can get some. I just thought about it. We could. I'm gonna try something here. It'd be a little cheeky. Because we don't have enough plastic here to be doing that many floors. I probably should also... I'm not going to worry about these going through the floors because they're all going to be picked up anyway. Like that. Yeah, we're gonna cross that. So I was saying we don't have enough plastic here to do plastic flooring, and I feel like I'm gonna want to do the coated flooring for those, which would normally mean we need to go and get the plastic flooring. I think that we can be a little cheeky. Question is, so we have, of course, another location that makes plastic. What we can do is look at this. We can send a train to go get it without actually going there ourselves. Now, I don't remember which order they're in at the place. It's either rubber or plastic. What we can do is we can send this to the West Coast oil hub and just snake some of the plastic and bring it back. Without having to actually go there ourselves. And what we can do, since I don't remember which order the stations are in there, is we can tell it to only load plastic. So whichever of these train cars lines up with the correct platform, that's all it will load. And then we can have it come back here. That's a load platform. That's an unload platform. Okay, we're gonna just tell it to, apparently I didn't save. I do this all the time. I close out. Don't save. Our south left. Load only plastic. Save. From here and don't do anything. Of course, we'll just need to intercept it, shut it off so it doesn't keep going on a loop. But they can go get us the plastic that we're going to need for all those floors. I didn't want it to come to here because I didn't want it to mix in with these. So let's get back up here while that does it. It's roundabout. It's going to take a little while for it to get the plastic and come back because even though it's a relatively short trip going that way around to the other station, there's no way to access it from this side. You know, only coming from the north. You know, all other stations have these mergers from either direction. That's the one station that is only, it's unidirectional. Just because there's never been a need to do it otherwise. So it's going to have to go somewhere else on the map, do a U-turn, and go back around. Or just take the long route around so it can approach it from the north. And then when it leaves, it has to go north until it can turn around and then come back south. So it's going to take a while for it to get back here. That's fine. While we're waiting on it, we will play with some colors. That's kind of an off-white. A huge fan of that yellow, but it's not too aggressive. And I feel like we're gonna end up doing glass at some point in it. So whatever color we pick needs to look all right against the black framed glass. We can't paint the color, the frame of the glass. Not sure what color I want to go with for electricity. Electric blue is a thing, right? It's not very blue when it's on the coating, but on large scale, it actually might be pretty nice. Right, when it's not up against anything else. It's still looking a little gray. I mean, I know we're not going to have the sunlight as much above it. See if we can get some shade on it. Woo! Come on, good. There's some of the shade. It's gonna look like when it's indoors. Kind of a blue steel, I think. I don't think it works. I'm not opposed to blue. I just don't think it was a good blue. A shade, that's not too bad. probably gonna be a little aggressive. Yeah, that's a little too blue. I think we're gonna go with that previous one. Nah. Was that the blue that we said we were okay with? Yeah, because this was the first one we tried and it was... blue. Purplish. Yeah, I think for now we'll go with this. I feel like it could be a little bit more blue, but it's not too bad. And again, we can always repaint it later. Not that we will want to. After we've made enough of them. No, no, no. We want coated foundation. Oh, there goes the... No, no, no. That's 3 cars. That's the Aluminum Express. I'm going to put one of these over here just for targeting reference. We said 20, so 18. Perfect. See where that train is, our temporary. Yeah, see, it's finally getting there. Finally leaving there. So see, it'll have to go north because there's no way of turning to come back south. So it'll either go up to here in the encasing beam place and turn around. Wrap around, or it'll go across and down. Either way, we still have a moment or two here before we have to get back to stop it. We don't want it to leave once it gets here. It's a one-shot wonder. It should bring us, well, I'm not necessarily sure. I was going to say it should bring us enough plastic for this entire build, but then again, we might be doing 10 floors of this. We'll be doing at least 10 floors of this. We might be doing 12 floors. Okay, 21, right? Oh, 17? There you go. Come on. 17. Ooh, nice. You know what? I could probably get away with... Oh. Doing this. Very nice. Except that, oh, okay. I thought I built it. I thought I clicked from underneath it, was building it one floor lower. Oh, we are out of plastic. That is it. We'll meet the train. We are, man, we are getting up there fast. And the height of that building, look at that go. Man. We only have one floor done of manufacture. And not even done. That's the one we're working on. We're working on the first one, not manufacture, the power generators. That's incredible. Which way did it go? Okay, so yeah, it went up to the beams, came back. Did a U-turn and came back. If I ever felt that we were going to have a reason to go from the south end of the map to the oil, then I would fix the merger point. But the way I built it doesn't lend itself to this style of merger. Because the rail just goes and then it just didos off and then goes under. It's not a proper turn. You can't do it from the other side without some major reconstruction. And it's fine because we shouldn't have any other train going to that location ever, aside from a one-off like this, because it's our power generation, and the products it's making is only one set of products, one grouping of products, which are being carried out by the train that's already going there. It's not like the other places where we have to have multiple train stations because we have, a plethora of products coming and going. There it is. It's the first car, it figures. I was going to put a station here to unload it. That's all right. It's all good. Oh. I clicked on this. I was confused. Like, why? It should be full of plastic, and it was giving me the station instead. Oh, and it started docking. Cancel docking. Not actually docking. Yeah, see, that'll hold us over for a good while. Nice. Now we just need... storage just for a moment to empty this thing out. Can't leave a train here. Stop giving me the station. This was never a problem before. And now it's happening constantly. I wonder if they changed the targeting on the latest patch. Okay. Do that for now to get this out of the way. We can just belt this to somewhere. I don't want to put it in this line. I know exactly what we can do. Come on, we have a power line. We need to have a Mark II pack. How awesome would that be? you know, extended wireless range. Well, welcome, Jay Marshall. I had to hit oop straight into the opening. Oh, welcome to the stream. This is the you said you've been watching the streams. I assume you're talking about the replays. This is your first live stream that you made it to, the live version of the live stream. Woo. Always glad to have new, fresh faces. Especially ones that say that, especially ones who speak positively of my work. Those people are extra welcome. I'm glad you're able to make it. More the merrier. We're being lazy on transporting some materials around real quick, like here. What we do. Thank you. $3,000 hours. I think, yeah, nice. It is. This game is so easy to lose yourself into. For sure. I mean, this series is. Let's see here. We're 371 hours into this save alone. So yeah, it's so easy to for this game to basically eat up your life. I should have kept some of that. I need that plastic. Let's see here. We're doing good on concrete. Yeah, I'm not sure how many total hours I have in the game, because I have shamefully my copy is on Epic. Oh, so I don't have that convenient, just front page telling me how many hours I've played that you get with the very nice, much nicer Steam interface. Take almost 2,400 hours in yours as well. Nice. We got some veterans here. Oop, missed my jump. But Lady Gaming isn't with us to at least yet. It'd be interesting to see how many hours she's got into hers. Considering that she has a couple of series of her own. Well, she's put probably a pretty substantial amount of hours into it too. We're eating through this concrete a lot faster than we're making it. We have to steal from our train. So yeah, we're doing the exciting bits here of just laying out floors. For the mega plant. Gotta be done, and it can't all be exciting running of conveyors. I should have taken a second look at that, what do they call it, the smart mod? The one that allows us to zoop in both directions for foundations, the way we can with walls. It would make this a lot easier. Yeah, Marsha, I vividly remember the before times when we had 7 should be the height. Ooh. I just put those up there at a random place just to judge the darkness. I would have not been paying attention. I would have built the floor at the wrong height, and the whole building would have been off. Yeah, I bought Satisfactory the day it released on Epic. It's the only reason I have an Epic account. I mean, it was impressively polished game even at that point. Sure, we got this should be 8 high, but there have been some amazing quality of life improvements. Belt lifts being one of the big ones. Let me check my spreadsheet, make sure this is. I don't need to do that. All I need to do is build a single. Did I delete the only one I had? Do I have to go to my menu? Oh, there it is. I don't have enough on me. I have to delete it. How did I run myself out of quick wire? Oh, all the Mark II poles I've been placing. Oh no, I better have quick wire with us. I don't want to have to go back home for it. I have to take this out after all. I just want to make sure our height is correct. It should be 7. Yep, that's right. Excellent. We not? Oh, okay. Our ladder stopped there. Yeah. You know, the back when we had barrels of oil instead of actual oil, I kind of consider that the good old days because that was before fluids were added to the game. I remember that fondly. It's just a pain. Oh, had 21 for a moment there, and then one clicked off. Let's get over here to this power. Perfect. Nope, not under it. 20. Clicked under it. All right. There we go. Yeah, we're out of thick wire. There's probably one spool of it from our general building stock, and that's going to be it. what I should probably do is change, because, you know, we have a mod that we use called construction preferences. Most of you are familiar with the server, the series are familiar with that mod. But I've changed it so that the default pole is Mark II, not Mark I. Oh yeah, the ring. Yeah, there's they enhanced the sky considerably. So there's now there's that giant ring planet. The clouds have been significantly enhanced. And at nighttime, which is something we never see in my series because it's always daytime here, there's a galaxy in the distance that you can see. Pretty cool. So the night sky has really come to life. We're looking for a quick wire. Why do I have this here? All right. Oh no! Don't tell me I don't stock quick wire on my train. Oh no. Okay. So I could do what I just did and send a train to go pick up quick wire from our quick wire facility, but it would bring us back an entire train full of quick wire, and we would only use one spindle. Oh, hey, here we go. Which would be the very definition of wild overkill. Yeah, so the night sky is tremendous, including the planet. They've mentioned the planet in some of their videos. I guess they've got a lot of non-positive feedback about people saying, well, the planet's too large, that's unrealistic, you know, the tidal forces and blah, 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 blah. Like, so what? It's super cool. I just noticed that we're almost out of cable, so before we go, I'm gonna grab some cable. There's also another planet somewhere around here that's red, like a red volcanic planet. I think it has a moon orbiting it and everything. That's good. I'm going to leave this temporary belt here in case we need to grab something else and bring it closer to us. We'll clean this up later. Plus, this is a quick and easy way back to the job site. Yeah, there are definitely some cool things that I miss out on in this series because I play it in daytime only. But you know, from a content creation standpoint, you just really can't argue with it always being daytime and people being able to actually see what you're doing. So it's a bit of a sacrifice. I like it at nighttime in the game, and like in our home area, those trees have like lantern things in them, so they all light up at night, which is really neat. And I don't have nearly as many lights on my builds as I would have if I actually had nighttime, so there's that as well. I think we need to start labeling these floors. I think also what we're going to do is we're going to pre-build the first 10 floors and then stop building floors long enough to play with the layout of the power generators to figure out whether or not we're going to have to expand to 12 floors or if we're going to get away with 10 floors. Here. Doesn't need to be exact. Keep on going. That was not the settings I thought were on my clipboard. Oh, okay, I did already start numbering them. I knew I'd put a thing down there, but I didn't realize I'd actually put the number. Thinking ahead. Yes, Marshall, I stream at starting at 4 p.m. Eastern every Saturday. I think it was right there at the same level. Maybe it was one up. I don't always stream Satisfactory. So until this project's done, I'm streaming Satisfactory. But I usually stream Heartspace Shipbreaker. Because 95% of my subscribers are Heartspace Shipbreaker fans. But I want to expand my streaming repertoire. So, yeah, I'm always looking to expand a little bit more. Also, it might get into some collaborative efforts with other content creators, but 5, so it's 20 total, so 15. So I'm always keeping my eye out for other things I can do. Wire up the floor below it. Yeah, being rods. Being such a small time YouTuber, you gotta produce the content that people will watch. So still doing hard space, but the labor of love, because I love that game anyway. Let's just run over the top. But doing the same game over and over again, obviously, doesn't really grow your channel. All right, we got some rods. Every time we return, we come from a higher angle. Plus, it's good for me to vary it up because, you know, learning, the more you do a thing, the better you get at it. And content creation, of course, is no exception to that. Expanding on what I do. What else we want? We're here. Let's grab some. We need our train. Oh no! Oh no 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 no! Look! How did this happen? We fixed this. Oh, it's a good thing we spotted this, because this is how we crashed the factory last week. The exact same spot. I literally just rebuilt that whole thing. That shouldn't be possible. It doesn't matter which home I take. Actually, let's take home right. Yeah, that deadlock will crash my entire factory because it interrupts our delivery chain for our turbo fuel. Well, during the week I rebuilt that entire area to avoid this exact problem. So it's going to be interesting to get there and see how they managed to collide, get congested. Because there was a big roundabout that we no longer have to go through that I took out. And they separated the signals so that there aren't two intersections. It's one gigantic intersection, so that specific thing shouldn't happen. Have that hard drive up there. This is what got us in trouble last time. Oh yeah, we did. Okay. At least we caught it this time before crashing the entire thing and having to walk back. Well, you know, we'll find out how it got congested. And I'll go back to the drawing board to figure out how to prevent it. Is there anything else we need when we're here? I think there is. We're pretty well stocked up. Oh, we need to... We still haven't got all of our motors yet, so I guess while we're here we could load some motors up into the storage for delivery. Alright, thanks for your service. No longer needed. think I more or less see what happened here. Our fix caused the problem. So maybe instead of having, because originally or normally we would have a gap in here, but maybe we split the two without a gap in between. Allow him to move forward and into this area, but would not create an empty space in the middle. We'll try that out and see if that works. The problem we had previously, not at this location, but other locations, was that we would have this, there would be an intersection and then a dead space and then another intersection. And we removed that dead space so that we couldn't have a train get stuck in the middle of it, merging both intersections. So now we'll still have two intersections, but we won't have the dead space. So this is design 3.0. Let's see if that causes a problem. Also, let's see if we were operating on batteries yet. No, they don't want to click the train. Okay. Yeah, our turbo fuel plant is still going, although it's wavering. It might be running out of fuel right now. Right. We need, how many motors do we need? A full thing of motors still. 3,520 motors. I don't know how many have been stocked back up, but we'll get as many as we can. Oh, we're full. Nice. So that was 2,400. Update the spreadsheet. Give us 9,550. But we still need 1,120 more motors for this current project. All right. I still need to remove these. You can see how far back I had to push these stations. And you know, I should have stopped our train and rode back with it. Guess we're making another train. You know what? While we're here, we were down to our last spindle of quick wire. So let's stop by quick wire. And fix them up before we go back. I don't think there's anything else that famous last words. We have a fair amount of cable there. I don't think we're going to have a problem with that. Give it a little honk. Real quick, cover ourselves a little bit of quick wire. That's enough. No, stop! Wasn't quite fast enough. Wow, it made some distance on us. A temporary chase train to catch our temporary train. Never a doubt. I gotta take a long way back. And I think this is a good opportunity for me to refill my drink. Give me a moment. Enjoy the ride. You know, another 1 million subscribers, and I bet I could get a sponsorship deal with Pepsi. Notice that my brand isn't turned on. There we go. Put the Pepsi logo, put a V over the Pepsi logo. Work it into my brand. Alright. So what we originally wanted, and to shut it off, is I wanted to get some concrete from our train because we're out using the concrete we're producing on site. And so I want to get some of the concrete out of our train's inventory so that it can be picking up concrete back at home. It didn't get itself stuck again. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it to stop when it gets back here. Oh, it's already almost here. All right. It doesn't need to be bouncing back and forth anyway at the moment. It probably has, I mean, some more motors to deliver, but we're not going to use them today anyway. I don't expect. Speaking of motors, it looks like we have overrun our motor storage. And we have enough concrete on hand at the moment. We're already here. You know, another thing we could do is create a temporary hypertube so I don't have to keep going back and forth like this. Where to put it though? Didn't get high enough to make the jump. Let's. You know what, we'll just drag it with us as we go. Come on, stop. You're not going anywhere. I'm going to keep redocking over and over again at the station that you're already at. Interesting. You put it in both directions. Don't normally connect it before I have a tube on it, but I don't want to have to come back. You know what? Now that I think about it, next time we come back, we'll be coming the other direction, so we don't actually need it to be reconnected. Probably good enough. I refuse to put power up here. There we go. I know it's not a big distance, but it's over a giant void. I have to keep sinking down and coming back up. And I'm trying to not get too elaborate with our temporary things because we're gonna have to clean all this up at some point. I'm so glad we put down the temporary aluminum, you know, to get this jetpack, the hover pack. It has been such a major boon working on this. Pick that plastic. Yeah, 38 per row. We're not even gonna finish this floor. Maybe halfway. You might actually need to send another train to go get more plastic. Bravo! We're so gonna have to send it to get more. I'm almost tempted to set up plastic manufacturing here. I mean, this is an oil facility. It's like, it wouldn't be that challenging. We just had, you know, we're not at the point yet where we want to run the piping and everything for the crude oil. If it was already run here, it'd be a no-brainer. Plus, we'd have to do something with the byproduct of the heavy oil. You target that? Probably have to convert it to petroleum coke and sink it. Which wouldn't be that big of a deal. I'm trying, if it's not obvious, I'm trying to talk myself into doing it. See, that's number 3. That's yeah. So 20, right? So 17. 1920. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. It's awfully nice when it actually just lands on the number that we want. Doesn't jump at the last moment. Ah. Missed the last one. Come on. Come on. No. No. Go. Would you? Thank you. Always remember to be polite when your computer cooperates. Because if you're not polite to your computer, it can ruin your day. I am already out of plastic. We need on-site production. Oh, I did not want to have to do this. Let's do it. Let's see here. We'll just grab this closest one. Get down a little hard there. We need to free ourselves from the power network. Map. Totally went the wrong way. Need to go all the way over here. All right. Let's just not get fancy with this. Go back and delete it when we're ready to actually run pipe. Do want to run it.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Roughly to the location that we're bringing in all of our other stuff. Up here. And we'll store it here. Probably 120 per minute. 60. Oh, I thought this was a normal node. Oh, that was the one over there that I was aiming for. Okay, well, this is a not as good node. That's alright. 60 per minute should be plenty. Probably not plenty, but it's more than what we're bringing in right now. We'll accept it. Alright. Do a Mark II pump, just so we don't have to... I don't want to fight with fluid dynamics right now. Oh, not enough room for it. Need two, at least two. No, I probably need 3 of them. Conversion is 30 per minute. We don't have the material to build enough of these. Let's do this. And then we'll need to convert the output of the heavy oil to petroleum coke. I think it's the easiest way for us to dispose of it. That will be 40 per minute. We're going to be producing 40 per minute out of 2 of them. So that's, yeah, so we need just 2 more refineries. You know, we probably would have done this much earlier had we known for sure that we were going to use plastic in our construction. Originally, when we came out here, we found it most likely that we were going to use those floorings. But after some consideration of how I wanted the coloring to go and the color schemes, decided we'll take from that one, stick from this one. Decided that we would go with the old Ficsit foundations, something we hadn't really done in a long time. Grab some of those over here too, which I'm glad we did because we really haven't used them and they do color well. How is that moving so slowly? Oh, do we not have a place for... Oh, right, we didn't need wiring before, so we don't have a dedicated location for it. Right. Well, going into the overflow, that's fine. As long as the overflow doesn't overflow. I just flew all the way over here to use this tube instead of the shorter distance of just going straight across. Oh. It's going to be a while before we can start, you know, putting together any meaningful amount of production over here anyway. Oh, oh, oh. Use the concrete because it's temporary and it sticks out. Oh, this is so sloppy. Be recording this. I don't want people to see how terrible this looks. Telling ourselves this is temporary. All temporary. Okay. Crude oil to plastic. Not a whole lot, but it's more than nothing. Now the question is, why not getting crude? It's a Mark II pump. There's no way that's not pushing enough. You mean no power? Oh. Yeah, that makes a little bit of a difference. Per minute. It's only receiving. It's receiving 40 per minute. Crude, so yeah. Okay, so we now have on-site plastic. Oh, it's only receiving 20 per minute. Okay, so it's only going to produce 60 per... Okay, that's fine. Excellent. Now we can get back to floor, what, 4? Let's see, here we have a ladder that we can fly up next to. Whoa, look at the... You see that in the sky? It's like locusts. Sign of the apocalypse. All right. Exciting. Floor number 4 complete. It's 4, right? Yep. All right. With the drill. 7. Delete that wall. I still don't know what kind of wall type we're going to go with, if we're going to stick with these or not. More. Oh, there you go. I'm going to go ahead and put the sign up here right now. Okay, 20. I also think I'm going to do this a little different here. Drawing the full block all the way out there. Might be easier. Just to do some, and then doing this from this end to the other, because this is the direction that we have our power in. A little easier for us to draw our power. Do a little less of that falling out of the sky stuff. No. No. You're just gonna select everything except for what I'm aiming for. Left to right, it's easy for me to target that. I always think when I do the time lapses, I always think this is one of the cool things in the time lapses of watching, is I can compress the screenshots between the build, each thing that I'm building, and so you can see the lines just build one after another with no pauses. Like right now, there's a pause in between because I run power and get into place or get more material or whatever. I always find it satisfying when I build the time lapses to show just the hot orange color of the items being built, just one after another. Oh, we're out of concrete and basically out of plastic. Geronimo! Oh, I don't have my, okay. I was gonna say, I don't have my regular jetpack on. A good amount of the concrete has recovered. And virtually no plastic. But it's more than we would have had otherwise. Still feels faster to run. So I suspect that we fly at Blade Runner speed. Just the optics of being up on the plane makes it look like it's rushing past faster. Wall. We ran out of wall. Sixth or fifth? Yeah, that's 5. 6, alright. We knocked that floor out a little bit more quickly. One more. 15, alright. And then 20. Or 19's fine. Well, heals it when we get down to that end. If we wouldn't run out of materials, we could get to it pretty quick. Yeah, flying around inside the tubes really is a luxury. Makes it really easy for you to spoiled. I think we're gonna have to call in more plastic. There's no way we're gonna manufacture enough of it here. Let's take it all. I mean, we're only producing like 40 per minute. We go through 40 in about 5 seconds. And there's no way I'm going to do an industrial on-site manufacturing for plastic. It's just not going to happen. We have plastic elsewhere. We can call on it, and we only have, you know, at the moment we only have one use for the plastic, which is just these floors, and we're on floor 6 of at least 10. So once we get these floors done, we're not going to need a massive income of plastic. Because the unpacking floor above it almost certainly is going to be Ficsit foundation. Like the packing floor on the bottom. I think I was one shy on that line here. I think we need one more row on the end. Yep. Oh, good. Good. All right. Oh, we're getting this down. I mean, we're burning through these floors pretty fast. Really tall ladder. That was 6, that's 7. I don't think we're going to get away with 10 floors. I think we're going to have to go up to at least 11, if not 12. Now, the reason we didn't want to go up to 12 was because the view from the top floor was covered in fog. We couldn't see the rest of the land. It's a neat view, but I kind of want to do kind of a, you know, have the option to do some kind of observation deck on the top. And if we could condense this down to 10 floors, that means not only can we do the packing floor before we get into the fog, but we could have another floor above it that we could just make an observation floor. Wait for the auto save to be done. All right, 19. No, 20. This is a 21. And 15. Perfect. Whoop. Oh, perfect. Right on it. Nice. Back and forth. Easy. You know, this would be 1,000 times more tedious if we had chosen a color that was a non-standard and we had to go back and paint the floors again. And remember, I suspect this is not going to be our final floor design. So I think that at least for these floors, since it's going to be, you know, several floors of the same pattern of machines, that I think that the gaps between the machines, I want to change them to glass flooring. I think it'd be pretty cool to be able to see down through all the floors. You know, we couldn't do it all the way to the bottom because there will be machines in the way. You know, when we get into like refineries and stuff, they won't overlap the same locations like the power generators will. But several floors of power generators will have the same spacing. We'll end up deleting probably a lot of these and replacing them with glass. But even if we already had established what that layout would look like, it would still be faster to do it this way. Just ran out of concrete. borrow some. Or that, yeah, the plastic's not going to hold out. We need to start another train. You know, before let's get the train on the move first. Come on. Come on, give me a click. Come on. We're close enough. Thank you. Okay, there's a train coming. And from last time, we learned that the front car is plastic, so. And while we are using plastic in manufacturing, it's being used for high-speed connectors, I think. No, I think it's being used for supercomputers, something like that. Starve, you know, even if we starve it from stealing it away, it's not going to hurt us in any way. We want oil west. And we want Spire. Or not Spire. Power. I say let's go power right, because that we have our train in the way. That way we don't have to be here to stop it. It'll stop itself when it gets to here. I don't need to do any restrictions on what it can pick up and what it can't, because we know that that's the correct freight car this time. So it'll park itself right here when it gets back. Or right there. No, right here. Detail that is completely irrelevant. Take all of that. And get ourselves another floor done before turns. I mean, concrete, I should have got concrete over there. Bravo! Trying to remember how much of this we're using up. If we could do another manufacturer of concrete, I don't think it's going to be necessary. We're already on floor 7, I think it was. So between what we're manufacturing and what we can get off of our train, I think we're safe. I don't think it's necessary to up the production. In fact, we just finished floor 7, so. For 8. 20, please. Come on. There you go. And once we get the 10th floor up, and I think we're going to start playing with layouts. And like I said, I would really like to revisit the math. But you know, the building, we don't want the building just to be a square. And I'm thinking more of a cross shape, like the Red Cross type cross. And we might be able to get away with, you know, using some of those cosmic expansions to squeeze a few more machines in. We offset all the machines. And if we can do that just enough, then we can save ourselves a couple of floors. Woo. You know, Marshall, you were talking earlier about the before days. I don't think that back then we had the ability to pick a block. So that's why it's called Minecraft, right? The clicking on a block to copy it. I don't think that was a feature we had at the beginning. In addition to building everything one block at a time, long before Zoop came out. I couldn't live without the pick a block function. I use it. I use it so much it borders on abuse. I go so far on my way from having to access the build menu. Running quite long distances to just click on something in the distance, rather than just bringing up the menu, standing where I'm at, selecting the object. Floor 9, yes, right? Or 8, yeah. I didn't skip a number anywhere. All right. I played Minecraft before it was even released. I was one of the people who is the reason why they started doing snapshots. Or started publicly releasing unfinished versions. And of course that was long before they had the pick a block function in it. And it's just something you're used to doing. You didn't think anything of it, but once that feature was added to a game and you made yourself try to use it, you know, or assign a key to it and start to use it, and then you get to where This becomes indispensable. You can't imagine playing that style of game or this style of a building style of game without that kind of function. Like, how is that not always the thing forever? Not to run out of plastic again. Train back. Hit for the plastic. Check the location of the train. We are here. It is not. That's the Aluminum Express. There it is. Okay, it's got a ways to go still. Pick up what we've made. My goodness, this is getting to be a long drop. I drifted too far out to catch the power. Come on, come on, come on. That'll hold us over for long enough for it to get here. I'm going to leave the concrete. That way we'll have more room in our inventory for grabbing concrete when we go to the station. Because we have an entire station full of concrete back at home that we can send our personal train to go and pick up. Not worried about that. We can get enough height off of this floor, the lower floor one, to make this easier. As high as we can get. Under the block. Whew. One more floor done. Meet up with our train. Sign. Get a wall to put our sign on. Oh, okay. It's floor 10. This is. Oh no, we're out of quartz. We can't make more signs. Alright, well. Last sign for now. I don't know for sure whether or not we have those on our train. I mean, I'm pretty thorough about having all the building materials on there, but that's really something that I don't normally use. One, two. Well, we'll go with 9, that's fine. I just need it to be up high enough. I want to build the power up to it. Area action. Yeah, I recognize the name of it. I was told that Smart. I think Smart was the name of the other one. Took a look at it, and it looked like it had way more features than I wanted out of it. But it did have the feature of being able to do two-dimensional building. Would make this so much easier. It's kind of dangerous. Because if you don't power this thing before you jump off, it doesn't glide. Yeah, I'll have to look into. I do my best to stay as vanilla as reasonable for the series, because I don't want anyone who sees the stuff that I build, I don't want them having any excuses for why they can't do it too. When people who go, people who see what I'm doing, they get, who, oh, I wish I could do that, but I don't feel like doing these mods, or it's too much work without the mods. Or I don't want mods to be a factor into other people's willingness to attempt to do what I do. But obviously there are some mods that all things I use are good quality of life, and something like that I think might be reasonable. Where connect that is there. Not gonna bother doing the math on these. I want somewhere I can park that train without having to continually rebuild it. Because I suspect we're gonna have to use it again. Why am I not able to reverse? I thought I just turned off the... I thought I turned it off. Why not? Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's kind of my point, is that I'm not against, especially labor-saving mods, for sure. And I would happily use something like that if it weren't for the fact that I'm trying to. There's something I'm trying to accomplish in the series, and I don't want to compromise I don't mind doing a little extra work if it gives other people the confidence to say, well, look, this is all it took for him to get that done. I can do that too. So I put more work on myself sometimes for that. This away right there. Nice. Everything worked out pretty well. And I haven't ruled out that maybe in the future I'll do a modded series or something like that. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff I could do with this building if I were running mods. Like the micromanage mod that allows you to move things, fine-tune move things. But then you can make all kinds of cool shapes. And unfortunately, this gigantic building will not be winning any design contests. Like, it will not be featured on the coffee stain videos. But that's okay. That's probably all the quartz that we have here. Yeah. Should be all the quartz we need. And we're going to need more in the future because we will be incorporating signs into this on a larger scale. Something I haven't talked about yet, because I want it to be a thing for later. We're just going to instantly eat up this. Although we are on the, I'm not going to say the last floor, but potentially last floor. It's going to require all this plastic. But like if I can get smart, if I could get smart to do only the 2D and not all the other stuff, then I'll happily incorporate it into the series. You know, the same way that I'm using infinite zoop, because I see the limit, the 10 limit of zooping to be a completely ridiculous and arbitrary limit. I do not understand why they put that limit on it. 19. Someone literally had to say, well, it would be really helpful for builders to be able to build more than one thing at a time, because building, the restriction of how many you can build is a massive drawback on large builds. But they acknowledge that we need the ability to build multiple objects at a time. They went, all right, yeah, that's something they really need, so let's give it to them. Oh, but then let's just restrict it to 10. It's not. They solved the problem and then unsolved it. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. The whole idea behind the Zoop was to remove the building restriction, and then they went and put restrictions on it. Oh, out of concrete. Oh, we were supposed to get concrete while we were there. Darn it. So I don't have a problem with the fact that I use a mod to bypass the Zoop limit. And I find it so useful. I mean, not just for the build, like just if I'm counting the width of something that I've done, I use this all the time to count. Like if I wanted to know how wide this was, I would just draw this out and go, okay, look, it's at 21, and then just cancel. I use not just for building, I use it for or stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know why they made that. I'm willing to accept there might be some complexities to why they did it, but I'm not willing to uh, argue that they couldn't have gotten around it, whatever that restriction might have been. Minimal effort. There's nothing magic about 10, you know, from a programming standpoint or a math standpoint. You know, we're familiar with all the other mathematical significant numbers, which are, you know, exponents, typically due to binary. You know, 16, 32, 64, 128, you know, so forth. Which back in the day were often restricted due to memory memory locations and memory reference points, capacities. 10 doesn't mean anything in computers. Computers don't think in base 10. Okay, that's floor number 10. We actually need to build a sign. Right. Oh. Stop. What? Oh. I'm lucky that I didn't drift over and hit the ground because I was about to splat. It wouldn't let me engage my flight while I was in the interface. So what we need to do here is start laying out the machines and get a rough estimate for how it's going to actually fit. Like, at least minimally fit. Fly all the way down looking for it. And then we can start to get kind of an idea of how can we shuffle it to... Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to get out of the menu I was hitting the button trying to get flight and it wasn't working, and I'm like, I gotta get out of this menu, and like I'm watching the floors flip by going, I know I'm drifting. I could tell I was drifting. And like I'm gonna clip the foundation of one of these and I'm gonna splat. And we're gonna wake up back at spawn. Put this down here for a moment. And let's look at on my spreadsheet, I didn't mark what our rows would be like. for the generators. I did the 4x11 on the refineries. But we're gonna need to get a bunch of material and bring it. Probably should do this on a lower floor because it's easier for us to get to our materials. Come on, I'm close enough to that pole. Come on. All right. Feed you off of the floor. I don't remember if we need to use this lane or not. Give me just a moment. I need to step away from the computer before we start doing this. Good. Then we will start placing machines. Next step. I'll be right back. All right. All right, I think we're gonna just we're going to empty our inventory and go get a bunch of stuff. What we're gonna do. And we have a bunch of stuff nearby we need to remember to pick up as well. Oh, well, I don't even have the pipes to make more storage containers. What do I use my pipes on? I don't know what we've used our... Oh, the rail that we just laid for the temporary side. Okay, oh, we're lower on those materials than I realized. We have... Yeah, here it is. We have this, which is all building material for this project. Including pipes. I don't want to take them. We're a little over on some of our estimates anyway. I'll take those back. Leave the container and take the contents. All right, I think that we are doing six rows by I'm not sure what. I gotta figure out what some of the numbers are. I wrote down here. I don't know what those numbers have to do with, so I'm going to ignore those numbers. And we're going to do this. Well, actually, we can do some easy math. If we were to pull off 10 floors, it would be 57-ish generators per floor. So let's just do 60. Simple enough. Okay, there's all the computers I had in my inventory that earlier I was confused about why I had so many computers on me. Where did we put those? Did we make another container somewhere? Gotta stop doing that. Like having a shulker monster in Minecraft. You have all your stuff scattered across a bunch of different containers, and you forget where you put stuff. I know that we unloaded some stuff temporarily because we needed more room for plastic and concrete, or whatever floor we were working on at the time. So, and that wasn't, maybe that was the container. Maybe it was we added it in. Yeah, okay, I think that's what it was. We added it into that existing container. That's what it was. Now I remember. Yeah, we definitely, okay. At least I'm putting all this stuff in one place. Or fewer places. Okay, good. We had power over. It's going down in a void between all the power lines, and it wasn't going to end well. It was not going to end well. All right, what do we have on the belt? Motors. Okay. Well, we're about to pick up a bunch of motors, so we'll make space for that. Need rotors. Modular frames. All of this is ostensibly for one floor. You have full inventory for one floor of material, machines. And 3,000 quick wire. Okay. Go to the first blue coated floor. The blue, that's gray. The blue shiny coated floor. So as a refresher, how we're going to center this, we're going to start right here in the middle, just so we can get what the layout is like going that way, and then I can't draw power without cable. Knew that was going to happen. And I won't be able to build any concrete and rods. Concrete rods are in the other chest. Okay. Of course, you would be in the way of the thing we're building. All right, so it's coming up to the halfway point of the platform it's on, which means we want to the halfway on that one. Let's go in center. Doesn't actually matter, but we're gonna do it anyway. Those are crazy people. So yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure we have one with walkway on these ends, but I'm not sure if we have them on the other ends. Because again, these were the floors that are going to be the most demanding are the floors with the fuel generators, depending on space. The question is, does this leave us with nope. So this is edge to edge. Okay. Yep. That's what we needed to know. We're off by one block, which is, if we push it back one, then that's it. So the back, the east-west of this is going to be wall to wall. Or the north-south. The east-west is the other thing we need to know. Let's see if we have a walkway on this one or not. Get a little closer to the tower. Put that on the corner. And by the way, that was 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 1, roughly 2, 3, 5, 6, yeah. I think we were 7 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So we have 2 on these ends, so we have a walkway on either side. We are 7 by 6. 42. How did we come up with 12 floors if we... So our standard floor, the current layout would be 42, right? 7 by 6. I'm doing math. That math is correct. Is it? Yeah. And that's only 420 of our 567 machines. So what we need is to be creative. We don't have material on hand. This leaves us with 1 walkway on either side. Which is not enough to nudge these over. These are 2.5 wide. We'll have a 2 wide variance. If we... I mean, I know that when we were talking about it originally, we were talking about the not all the floors being the same size anyway, because we didn't want it to be a straight pillar going up. If we add 1 more each side on the next floor, that's enough to add 6 more, bring us up to 48. Which still wouldn't even be enough. It's only 4, even if we just did all of them at that size. I think we talked about doing enough to do 2 rows, be 12. Let's not fall to our death here and get ourselves some plastic. Concrete. Where did all of our concrete go? There it is. You know, Rickster, the Wii stuff. Using Wii all the time to drag other people. It's funny you say that, because I'm very mindful of, like, when I make arguments, you know, debates on like public forums or Discord or somewhere, anywhere. I'm very careful not to use Wii, because assuming that you're speaking for everyone else is a pretty big fallacy. And people use it to add authority to their argument. Well, we blah blah blah. Like, we who? Who is we? And they're often trying to make their argument more sound by making it sound like more people agree with them than they don't. So I'm actually quite mindful of using we in debates, but it's a different thing when it comes to content creation. When it comes to content creation, it's an intentional, though subconscious at this point, ploy for. No, but it's an interesting topic to bring up. I mean, it's like we're standing around drawing stuff, so it's always good to have something to talk about. In content creation, we use we intentionally, because even though it's actually just I'm doing all this work, it's a method of bringing the viewers in as being part of the project, even if it's not, even though they're not actually doing it. Because normally, like when I do episodes, nobody's interacting with me because it's not live. I still say we. And in the end result, when you stop and think about it, we just sound like we're schizophrenic. Because truly, who are the we? There's nobody else here. I'm just talking to a camera. And sometimes I feel like I'm schizophrenic using we. Especially when I'm writing episode descriptions. At the bottom of a YouTube video. Last week we did this. Like, no. Last week we didn't do anything. I did all of it. And it just sounds like I'm just a crazy person that thinks that I'm multiple people. Yeah, and in a vacuum, it really does. So if you stop and think about it, like, who's this? Who is the we? So yeah, of course when I say we now, it actually means we as in collectively content creators. We do that to sometimes create the illusion of being a group effort on something that we're clearly doing on our own. Though I would like for it to be we more often. Hint, hint. Comment section. Hint, hint. Because these truly are group efforts when the group participates. Because this game world, this save that we're doing the series in, would be different if it hadn't been for viewer feedback and comments in the comments field for episodes, or stuff that we've talked about in live streams. So it definitely is a we, to some degree. So we extended this 4 platforms, which means since it's a 1.5 or it's 2.5 wide, that means it won't be an exact side to side. Let me think about this. We know that 7 wide of machines is an exact set of platforms, right? The left and the right end on the edge of a platform. And if we start building this on the edge of a platform and we're only adding one more, then we're going 2.5 platforms over, not 3 full, which means the other end is not going to end on the edge of a platform. Also, not enough. It's not enough because it's bringing us up to 48, so it's not enough anyway. We need to go from 7 to 9. Yeah, exactly, Marshall. It's so much of the survival and growth of a content creator is intertwined with the audience. Right? We can't do this in a vacuum. And there's a couple of approaches we can take. You can take the approach that I choose to take, which is to actually try to involve my viewers and make them part of a community, or you can be a YouTuber who makes clickbait thumbnails and clickbait titles and tries to trick everybody into clicking because the YouTube algorithm doesn't know the difference. And even if people click on it and go, oh, this is clickbait, they've already clicked on it, and then YouTube goes, oh, well, this person attracted people. And since YouTube can front load a video with an ad before you ever get to the video, then that's all they care about. If your clickbait title or a thumbnail that has nothing to do with the video is just enough to get someone to click on it, YouTube's already happy because they've already gotten to that 15-second or 30-second ad that YouTube put in front of it. And they don't care if they watch any of it after that. YouTube doesn't care. But I'm not that kind of person. All right. Yeah, well, I mean, clickbait. So if you're being honest about the bait, it's not really bait. It's, I mean, you want to make a compelling thumbnail. But if it's honest and it's not clickbait, it's just honest content. By the way, I'm coming up here because I'm thinking that if we have to expand a floor by enough to fit 9 rows, that means we have to add 3 on both sides because it's 2.5 and 2.5 on both sides for the machines. And we just expanded that one by only 2 on either side. And we're getting pretty far out, and I don't want the building to go beep, 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 beep. If we go 2 floors, then we can do a more gradual thing. So I think our test floor is going to be this one right here. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, even from an honest perspective, how important a good thumbnail is. Just to the existence of your channel. Like, if you can make the best content in the world, but if they don't click on it, then you're dead in the water. So having good good incentive from your thumbnail to get people to click on it, then It's not clickbait, you know. It's just to be honest and good. Yeah, Rickster, I'm the same way about that. If I get clickbaited, I back up to my front screen on YouTube, and I click on that channel, and I tell YouTube never show me that channel again. It only takes one time. There are so many honest content creators out there that you try to trick me one time, you'll never get another click from me again. But the problem is the economy of scale. They don't need me to do it again. I worked for I worked as a computer tech, PC tech for a company. Way back in the way back, in the early internet days, where they're long before Amazon and maybe even before things like Newegg, probably before Newegg. But the owners of the computer store, they had a local storefront, but they also had an internet interface, and I was their lead tech for call-in support, and they unabashedly and openly admitted that they felt like paying for tech support at their company was a legal necessary evil, because product can be defective, and you have to be able to return a defective product. Otherwise, as a company, you can get some real trouble. They had zero interest in customer satisfaction. Just blatant, didn't care about the customer satisfaction. It was entirely a function of the business. And if they could get away with not having any technicians, they would have gotten away with having no technicians. Let's see here. And the point to it is that there are so many people who are, say internet capable, we'll say for this example, that can do business with the worst business in the world. They weren't the worst business in the world, but they would buy off the back of the truck. If you went cheap, why is that? Was the power coming on that from down there? Yeah. If you ordered cheap equipment, you got cheap equipment, because they would say the cheapest thing that they could find. And the truth is that you can buy the worst garbage equipment out there, say for computers, and get completely lucky and have no problem whatsoever. Of course, you see. Have no problems whatsoever, just out of sheer luck. It works because you got lucky, or you bought memory, RAM that is too slow for your computer, but you never noticed it because you're not a gamer, and technically the thing worked. Have a great weekend, Marshall. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, definitely hope to see you next week. But the point I'm getting to is that you can not realize that you're interacting with a bad company, and just by the math, the few people who realize it and don't come back are never going to outweigh just brand new people straying in, or people who never realized that they were in a bad place and that there's somewhere better to go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we'll fit 10. And it applies to any economy of scale. So like you have dishonest YouTubers or content creators, and don't have YouTubers. It can be Twitch people or anyone who's creating content of some type. And for every one of us who sees through their shoddy whatever, their shoddy practices, there are 1,000 people who will click for the very first time and stick around, or just not mark them as don't ever recommend me again, and will end up clicking on them again later on. And so it's from that standpoint, it's better to be dishonest than honest, or easier, I guess, to be dishonest than honest. And it makes it harder for people, who don't take those shortcuts, because we disappear in the minutia. They pedal. I mean, if you go through my comments section, it's not terribly unusual for you to see a comment from a new viewer of my channel who says, "You're a great, you're a great content creator. Why is your channel not larger?" And that's the answer, because, well, the person who commented on that strayed onto my channel 2 years after it's been created, by chance, because I'm lost in the sea of other types of people. And that's true for, it's not just true for me. They're not picking on me. It's true for anyone in my situation who's trying to build a channel. And of course, you have a lot of good, honest channels who just got here first, and they're kind of grandfathered at this point. Like I watched, I've talked about before, I watched a lot of Hermitcraft. And, you have people like Mumbo Jumbo and Grian, who are in the 8 million subscriber count. And they've just been doing it for a long time. And they produce quality content. They've earned what they've got. But they're going to perpetually eat up X number of new suggestions, to people who are, you only see so many things on your recommended, and people who don't watch them are more likely to see them by chance than someone who's newer and has a smaller channel. So that's another thing you're up against. But those, I don't feel bad at all about being up against people who, those people have genuinely earned their spot. They're honest about what they do, and they put a true effort into making quality content. I don't mind losing out to people like that. All right, so for some reason I was thinking we were going to end up with 9. It looks like we got 10 out of this. We're going to recount that because, we should. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll recount it again. We're not falling out of the sky. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So this configuration gives us 60 on a floor, we're not gonna, I mean, obviously we're not gonna reshape the whole building, but if we want to do like this one out by 2, how can we work this? How can we play this to our advantage? Because if we can do 60 per floor, and we're not going to do every floor this size, but we can expand to do 60, then that means we have a way of padding our needs, and we can do an in-between floor like this one, where we would do probably 8 or 9 wide, which also further mitigates. What are our options for flaring out the walls? We need shallow, which is going to be the 8x's. All right, so we'll obviously we'll still be here. That's not the window I wanted. That's the window I wanted. All right. So this is the only 8x tilted option that even exists. Let me just grab some regular walls. Only goes out one more, so that would be kind of awkward to go. Woo. I mean, not that awkward. We go out and then a smaller out, and then we do it back inwards. So it would mean we would do 2 out, and then we would invert. And something like that. I don't feel like this is gonna. I still don't think we're going to squeeze it into 10 floors. I know we're not, because if we'd have to do if we're doing 60 on a floor, on the biggest floor, and we're only doing probably 2 of the biggest floors. Let's figure out what the alignment would be for. Oh, I need to move it a little further. For the floor below it, see if we can actually get 9 into it. This is probably going to drop me out of the sky. Yep. Let's just start on the half mark. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, can't fit 10. And we were on the half on that one. So if we went over... Yeah, I knew this would be an awkward lineup. We would need this to be halfway through that, which means we'd have to be like 1/4 in. Don't snap to it, don't snap to it. Right there, I think is where it'd have to be. Okay, so a 1/4 inset, and we have 9. So 54 on this floor? Oh. Go to the spreadsheet. Let's see here. So, say generator floor. By 7 on the first floor. It just doesn't add up to me. How am I stacking 2 extra? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I feel like something just doesn't feel like it's adding up right. We're only getting 7 wide. Oh, we already had a padding of 2, right? 1 on either side. So by adding 4, we're 2 on either side. That's enough room to fit 2 extra, not just 1, at a sacrifice of having our walkway. So okay, that does actually work out. So we go 6 by 9 and 6 by 10 on the next floors. Our target is 567. We repeat this pattern. That works out pretty nice. The pattern is 5 Well, no, it's not 5 floors because we don't double up the 6x7 floor. We'd maybe if we double up. I don't think we do. Okay, so if we go with this pattern here, where we do 1 floor of 6x7, which is this floor right here, that's 42 machines for that floor. Then we expand out by 2, like this. That brings us to a 6x9, so that's 54. And we expand it out 1 more, and we get a 6x10 for 60. And then we go back in by 2, and then 1, and then back out. In 11 floors, we get 576 machines. We need 567, so it's going to require 11 floors, but we can get it done if we keep doing this accordion shape. I would like to get it down to 10 floors. Well, I mean, Rickster, it's part of the having a small audience is that you are a high percentage of the people who are watching, and it is co-op. I mean, it's the point of doing live stream. You know, when I do things like Hard Space Shipbreaker, it's a little bit more real-time interactive because people, you know, we're on a timer and people see the mistake I'm making and they'll warn me and save me from myself. But this is, you know, this is definitely cooperative. You know, we take suggestions real time, we talk things out. Screen with a screen. Yeah, I think that is what happens, Jake, especially on your guys' end, knowing that there's a delay in hard space. Yeah, trying to warn me in time before the delay is too late. So I want to try something else. So with this format, we can do this in 11 floors. And I'm okay, at least on paper, with this shape. I think it's actually kind of neat. Because I wanted to do some kind of thing like that, and I didn't really have it in my head exactly how it was going to come out. And I think this works out pretty well. Because I didn't want it to just go blip, blip. So having the irregular out and flat, I think is going to make for a much nicer shape. And I'm okay with that shape change not starting until up higher, because I do have some plans for the lower floors. I don't know how high up, but I've mentioned before I want to have kind of large feet on the corners, and I don't know how high up they'll come, but it's going to be a matter of scale. How tall the building is going to impact how large the feet are. So it won't just be a straight pillar coming down. They will be coming out. To some degree. Anyway. At some point, probably higher up than this. But there will be shape on the lower floors. It won't just be a straight brick that suddenly starts to flare out. And I will make it as large as it looks appropriate for the scale. Again, it'll probably start at least up here. And we can have some slim part in between. The other thing I want to try is, this is a bare minimum. This works. If we can't find anything better, this works for us. But I think that we can get away with flaring out a little bit on this end as well. The question is, how can we work new shapes, and we have new corner pieces. I don't know that it would. See, he would have to come. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't have to come forward, because if this is starting right here, we don't have to have the walkway come around, so we can start right there. Oof. I'd have to be right there. That doesn't work. We'd have to lose a row on both sides just to get... We'd have to go down from 9 to 7. To gain one more on each side. We'd lose more than we'd gain. We would be shifting the generators. So that instead of going 6 deep, it would go 7 deep. But then we'd be 7 by 7, which is 49, rather than 6 by 9, which is 54. This would have to come out here. So the question would be, how can we make this work? Or maybe we just make the whole... I don't feel like I want to make this whole floor come out the same. Like, I wanted it to flare out more to the sides than the front. I don't want it to be an equal... If we do this, it looks like a fairing on a rocket. The big outer shell that they put on around the satellite, and it breaks open. I don't want it to look like that. Although I have said that this is, I have put the rocket analogy in place prior to this based on the feet. But we could do this. In theory. want to. Doing this would give us a lot more space. We would go 7 by 9. So we'd put, what, 63 on this floor alone? And at least 7 by 10 on the floor above it. Would be 70. We would easily make our 10 floor target. But I feel like this would it would be returning it to being a box. If it flared out the same on both sides, it would return it to being a box. And I don't want it to be a box, which is why I wanted one side to flare out and the other side to be a flat face. Or flare out less. I think I'm more willing to go to an 11th floor than I am to do this. Although I am excited about the opportunity to use one of these new pieces. What's the other new ones were just corner pieces, right? Where are the other new pieces? Oh, they were foundations, they weren't walls, right? That doesn't help. I mean, we could potentially incorporate them. So in order for us to flare this out just one, right, we'd have to do this. Probably wouldn't look right. Definitely wouldn't look right. Maybe it wouldn't look right. I'm sure there's a corner piece that fits in that. Oh, that is ugly. There's something about the way this is lining up. I do not like this at all. You see that? That one needs a side. Or a way we can align it. No. Need it to be. I know this isn't going to work, but I want to click on it anyway and see what it looks like. Yeah, that just overshoots it. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't think it works for us. I don't think we're going to be expanding the width or the depth of it. The width I'm fine with. I think that's good. Because we'll have something like I don't have the materials for that. Still gonna run into that awkward matchup with a corner. But it might not be so awkward when we're not using concrete. We're just using concrete because that's all we have all this to use. Let's get some plate and some silica real quick and see what this looks like when we do it in the metal or the regular Ficsit wall. You know, with all the amount of foundation types we have, it would be nice if we could have a couple more wall types. We have so many foundation types that I haven't even unlocked all of them. I haven't bothered getting the metal one because I just don't care for it. You know, we can work with this because, and, you know, as I've done in other builds. We can do this. Do it here. We have to figure out how we're going to do that. Actually, I know how to do that. And we just have that there. So it would be something like and then of course whatever generic color that we decide that we want the building to be in. This would be the standard wall. But we can do that, but we can also, of course, that gives us the opportunity to paint patterns in it. And we have to work that out. Obviously, there's a jump there, but we could work it out. This would probably just... I need to stop doing this and start... This is the decoration. We do this at the end. I don't know, something like that. We can. Point is that we can distract from the awkwardness of how this doesn't line all up too well by doing yeah, OCD enabled. OCD is never disabled, Jake. We can distract from the weird alignments by creating patterns. Draw the eye away from it. I'm not too concerned about how these don't line up too well. Right now what we need is the dimensions. And so we have a working idea that would take us up to 11 floors. That brings us down one floor from 12 to 13, right? The only thing about it is that the 12th floor or the 11th floor is the full width one, the expanded one. So we'd be coming all the way out, and we wouldn't have the pattern of coming back in. Though we could cheat it and still come back in for the next floor, you know, on the expand the floor above it, which would be the Packer floor. Let me fly up. I can see the pole right there. What is with you? You know what? I don't need you. Oh, I don't have my jetpack on me. I do need you. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? Come on. Good grief. That pole above us does not have power to it. There's literally a pole above my head. That's above that head. There has to be power to it. We're pulling power off of this one right here, right? No, we're not. We broke the line again. I saw the connection. It's at the floor below us. That means that entire row didn't have power. Okay. I need to cross-connect power and stop that from happening. Anyway, the 11th floor of these would be the widest floor. And for us to bring it back in, we would have to expand the floor above it, which would be an unpacking floor, which we could do. It's not a deal breaker. So if that's true, then the next thing we need to determine, because we're only going to have one floor at a time of the 6x7, which means it's going to come in and go right back out. And how will that look? Oh, that needs to go too. It would come right back out immediately. A little disconjointed because... No, we don't have to. I would like to have some flat. Especially since we'd have windows. We can still get away with, you know. Something like that. Problem here is that this is only too high. That's not a problem, right? Because we are creating the pattern, so you can change the pattern on the bottom floor to have it start. One higher. Which means instead of having 3 here, we'd have 2. And that would remain consistent. Want this to be a window. Something like that. Of course, would mean we would bring this up. I gotta stop doing this because we already. This is the facade. We don't need to be determining this right now. This floating pole is really doing some work here for us. I am not deleting that pole. I'll follow my death. Yeah, I mean, I think this would be okay. And so we need to make one more floor than we've already made of the foundations. And I think that this is our fuel generator layout. And we can start laying out the fuel generators. I mean, of course, we still have a number of logistics challenges. All the piping and all that stuff. Yeah, I have the control. You know, yeah, but you can also yell at me. Well, then move on. Stop saying you're going to stop doing that and go move on. Or you can say, yes, that is awesome. It's beautiful the way it is. Now, we agree. You can stop doing it. Or suggest something else. So the exterior facade is going to be a lot of work. I think is our takeaway here. Well, I think what we need to do is swap out our inventory. And build another floor. And then start placing machines. to start placing machines right here. I think that this one belongs right here. I don't like that it's up against the wall, but I don't want, the building's already big enough as it is. That is not the correct place. I put the edge of the model against the block instead of the bounding box. I think it was just off in general. Okay. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna go with that these are the first official machines that we're placing in this entire build. That they are literally right where they're gonna, I mean, the ones above us are probably where they're gonna stay as well, but they were experiments that just happened to land out in the right place. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I didn't do something right. That should have ended right on the edge. Yeah, I definitely need to have an idea of the finish. It's exactly. The thing is that I got that idea when I first laid those out, and I just couldn't stop futzing over the details. When we tested these out before, they were perfectly. There was one lane on both sides. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Our whole math is based on this. Didn't expand it. On the edge. And this didn't come out to where I expected it to. It was right here. We literally could fit an... Oh, come on. If we offset these... I'm so confused. We based this entire thing off of that test. How is it different now? If I were to push that first one over half a block, we could do 8 by 6, which means we could do 48 instead of 42. Which I don't think matters. I don't think it, no. That doesn't save us a floor. That only gives us 18 more generators. And we're our top floor, 11th floor, is a full size 6 by 10. It's 60, and we're only over by 9 generators on that floor. So like 56 of the 60 need to be placed on that top floor. We're only getting the 18 by shuffling that. I don't know how my placement got off, but the math doesn't change. Right? I don't have the support structure on this side to fly up on the outside rim. We don't have enough space. If we want to go up, so that would be 8. That would be 6 by 8 instead of 6 by 7. We could, instead of expanding this floor by 2, we could expand it by 1. Instead of going by 6 by 9, it would go to 6 by 8. We would be shifting 6 of our machines to a floor below to not flare out as much. So would I flare out by 1 on each side instead of 2? But if we took 1 off of each side of this, means we'd flare out by 2 instead of 3. It would still fit, right? That's exactly on the edge. Yeah, we'd lose our walkway. But the flaring would be more consistent. Would flare out 1 and then 1 instead of 2 and 1. Let's go to the station and look at what the 2 and 1 looks like from a distance. Because ultimately that's going to be the thing, right? It's what's the building look like viewed from a distance? Because we're right up in its face right now. I think the 2 and 1's going to be okay. Yeah, I think the 2 and 1 is okay. And I think yeah, because you know, on the third floor, the big floor, we have one giant flat wall before it starts flaring back in, and that helps the expansion laterally fits better with the vertical expansion or the horizontal expansion. Vertical expansion, right? It would, if it didn't come out as far, but still had to go that much more up, the bulge would not be as, the dimensions wouldn't work as well. I think we're going to stick with what we're doing. Do we need anything while we're over here? Or some concrete. Probably don't need concrete because we haven't been taking from the other area. Well, I don't know if we probably don't need to grab plastic either because we haven't been. Our on-site manufacturing has had time to back up. And I want to touch this last in case we need lots of it all at the same time. So let's go build the 11th floor. And burn all these out of our inventory, getting just as many. All this time we still have to fill this up. As many the machines down as we can. Wow, we really drained this. We need to move these over just a bit. We're going to stay with these dimensions. Get off the ground because there's no power here. So the other side is 1 block over. I move this to map. I think, stop doing that. I think that's how much we need to move it over. Look right, but we'll see. Thanks to the holding and control to snap the grid, it makes lining these up just so quick. Just boom, boom, like that. So tearing them all down and rebuilding them quickly is not really a problem. Yep. 1 block and 3/4. Perfect. Snap. It's half a block there. And exactly back to back. Half a block. Back to back. Half a block to put us right on the edge. That's not right. What is going wrong here? Oh, do I have to go back and rewatch my footage on how I came up with this in the first place? All the floors are based on this setup. What have I done wrong? Did I miss a dimension somewhere? We're a block off. There should be exactly 1 more block in between these two. That's like inarguable. That is exactly how that should be. Ow. The entire building's dimensions are based off of that. Those are out because those are the ones we're expanding. I think I need to put another row on the back of these. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I don't understand how we got here. I must have shaved something off by mistake and then copied all the way up. Yeah, Rixer, actually, it's highly likely that that's true. That Ficsit has assigned us to a quadrant of the planet. You know, when we land, Ada, the assistant, the voice lady, if you recall, when we land in the pod, she says something about congratulations on being being one of the only Ficsit employees to survive the landing. So they clearly have sent multiple Ficsit employees, probably to the same planet. Hey there, Void, welcome back. Yeah, we've made a lot of progress. I mean, sort of. We just found that we did some fail math somewhere, and that the building should be one more wide. Before I start changing the floors out, I'm wanting to make sure that I didn't just skip a block unintentionally here. Yeah, we've come up with a general design. We got the math, I think, worked out. We almost crashed the entire factory again. Which reminds me, I should probably check on the map and make sure that the trains are still running. Yep. So far, our fix has persevered, and our trains are caught up. Okay, so I think we need to expand the building one more block, which I don't think requires a major redesign. I'm not too concerned about that. Question is, do we go backwards or forward? I think we go backwards, because I think this edge was based off of lining up with that stuff. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've made a lot of progress, but somehow I feel like we haven't, because we're literally just now placing our first machines. Yeah, I think we can go. I think we go backwards one. Just don't dwell on it. It wasn't where I wanted it to go yet, but I had to click the button real quick before I fell through. So we'll just add another layer on each floor, and just not sweat it. The design that we had made to the facade cared about the width of the building, not the depth of the building, so it won't change that. And I think I want this middle row to be glass. So I don't know I care enough to change it right now. Because of materials on hand. Also, it'll probably be easier to line up, like the piping and stuff with the grid, the visible grid, and then later on, we can just look up and tear out the floor above us and then replace it with glass without having to jump over stuff. I don't think we have another row worth with the materials in hand, which is fine because I want to go build the floor above us. To be here. I want to make the 11th floor. And while we have it fresh in our minds, what the pattern's going to be, I want to expand the floors appropriately. So I'm just burning out all the material we have on us for making these. 4 more worth in our inventory. Let's see. 3 more. We didn't have enough cookware. That's perfectly fine. Make one of these. Yeah. Stuff out of our inventory isn't related to building. The floors. That's fine. Good on plastic. We're good on concrete. Excellent. Okay, so next floor is 2 out, which we already have. We need a new back row. Come on, one more. There you go. You can do it. Now my streaming window has been covered by my spreadsheet for a very long time now, so I have no idea how long this stream has run. But the fact that Void is back after his 4-hour shift gives me an idea of how long it may have been. Let's see here. 2 out and 3 out, right? So this should be 1 more out. It is very good. Not making this any easier on me. So we go back to 2 out. Additional 1 across the back. I said an additional 1 across the back. Been gone for 3. Yeah, there's no concept of time. Especially when I'm focused on something. It's funny, I'm not really a prankster. In general, I don't like. I'm just not into pulling pranks on people. Dishonesty is not in my nature. But when I was a kid, this doesn't look right. It is right. I think I've mentioned in previous streams that supposedly I'm a fair amount of American Indian in me, Cherokee and Blackfoot. And my family's just really bad about keeping track of lineage. This just doesn't feel right. Like, shouldn't we have more blocks? But as a young child, like in elementary school, of course, it was something I was proud of. You know, kids are gullible, and there's a lot of stereotypes associated with you know, being a Native American, especially amongst children, and we Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. I actually had to call a hospital once to try to find my birth certificate to make sure I wasn't adopted. That's a whole different story. Um, but yeah, long story short, you know, there was the the myth that um, Indians can always tell what time of day it is just by glancing at the sun, and that's something that kids would always ask. Like, so you know exactly what time it is, right? I don't know why that was such a thing. Why? I don't know why that is such a thing on the whole stereotype of American Indians. But I'd always play it up. I wore a watch on my arm, and I would always I'd always like, oh yeah, of course I can, and stare up at the sun, and they would always look up. They always look up. And so I would just look down at my watch and then look back up, and I would tell them the time right to the second. And they would always, oh wow, like, and then just perpetuated that stereotype. It's so out of my nature to play, to be dishonest, or even, I mean, it's innocent jokes. It's so out of my nature to do it, but just for some reason I could just never resist playing that one up, and I never got caught. No one ever saw me look at my watch. Just so blatant that I would just bring the watch up and look at it, bring my wrist up and look at the watch, and then right back up the sun, and no one ever caught me. I always got such pleasure out of their stupidity. Mark for my own good. I'm trying to figure out where we're at in this pattern here. 2 out, 1 out. 2 out. I think what I need, because I'm getting so off on trying to fix different sides, I think what I'm going to do is just get the back line done on all the floors, and then do the variable floor sizes. Because this is the one thing that's consistent. I'd take one of those, ancestry tests, but first of all, there's been a lot of evidence that they're just wildly inaccurate. Because they're such a wild guess at just, by the numbers. And because I don't really want to give my genetic code to a database. It's just a paranoia. I mean, I haven't done anything illegal that is going to get me caught because I'm on record somewhere, but there's the off the grid mentality that has always been some reason ingrained in me. I just don't, I don't like Big Brother watching. And it was the longest time before I was willing to carry a credit card. I always carried cash, did everything in cash. I wasn't doing anything illegal. It was just a matter of principle. And it really just came down to my laziness that eventually won me over on credit cards. Like, oh man, I can just swipe a card. Okay, I just added a back row to all of those, didn't I? And yet, did I add an extra back row to this? Oh man, I am really not paying attention. Yeah, I mean, like, I would like to know my heritage, but I would like to know it from my family having kept records, not from a generic best guess of, you know, some website. Okay. So that's definitely a back row there. I'm still blown away by how we were off by one. I want to go back and watch the footage of my measuring this out the first time, because I measured it out and it worked perfectly, and then it clearly isn't working now. I must have shorted one of the lanes. But that means I shorted the lane when we tested it earlier today, and I shorted one of the lanes when we did it the first time, then when we came out with our dimensions the first, last week. And that just doesn't sit well with me. That's not like me. I keep forgetting. I keep feeling like I'm gonna look at this and realize I did something wrong this time and got it right all the other times. Yeah, exactly. Avoid. Shy of the website actually directing me to actual people, saying that we've met, there's the two sides of it, right? There's the your genetics match most closely to this group of people, which is the point to the sites, versus it saying we found people who clearly are direct relatives to you. Now, if that would be something I'd be more interested in, because again, I'm really convinced that we have Irish in us, and I would love to meet some actual relatives in Ireland. It could be Scotland, but Ireland, and have actually be able to go to Ireland and meet actual blood relatives of my family and connect with them, as opposed to just saying, well, you're probably from this region. That would be super cool. And then, actually, because then you would have a greater likelihood that they would have records of, oh, our great great grandfather went to America, and maybe a name would line up with someone that we know of, and we'd have an actual trail. And I think that would be super cool. That's something that would really interest me. But I don't want to just be, 65% match of coming from this region. Just doesn't do it for me. Okay. I'm going to focus a little bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This should be a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this is our 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So these 3 floors should be correct. And let's flare it out on because we have our poles going up here, so we can. That's a 3 out. That's a 2 out. Is done. None out. Is done because we didn't need to move it out. And then 2 out. We'll worry about the other side after the fact. And a 3 out. This actually might... Looking at the spreadsheet here, we should have a 0, then a 2 out. Might be the last. Sense to me something right. So our first floor is none out. 2 out. It's floor 2. It's gonna be floor 3. And floor 4. Floor 5. Yeah, that's lining up. 2 out is floor 6. 3 out is floor 7. Okay. 2 out for floor 8. 9 is in. 10 is a 2 out, and then our new floor will be a 3 out. Okay, so that's lining up. So this is good. I don't know where I stopped expanding the back. I don't feel like I made it all the way up to the top floor. I'm all over the place. I need more caffeine. Okay, that's a 0, that's a 2. Stop it. That's right. Yes, okay. All right, so this side is flared out appropriately, minus the one floor that doesn't exist yet. Question is, how far up did I go when I was subconsciously rambling on about something and stopped expanding the floors backwards? Oh, I think I got all of them. Excellent. So we'll expand these following the same pattern. We're doing on materials. You know, let's grab some materials real quick. It's drifting the wrong way. Fortunately, I was powered when I went off the edge, so I can glide still. There we go. Not gonna need that much, but let's put some back. And of course, we'll need to expand these floors as well. But I'm not worried about that right now, because those aren't the floors that we're mapping out the layouts on. Okay. In, then 2. First 3 floors are decurved floors. These are expanded out properly. And 2 out. 1 in from that, yes. Then no expansion, 2 expansion. Birdies. Back to 2. None. 2 and 3. 3 for the last floor. It's this guy right here. All 3 to there. We're gonna have to move our wall soon. We're actually gonna need to put machines there. Oh man, and our wall's got our signs on it. That's annoying. Somehow I didn't foresee that. So yeah, I was doing 20 by 21 at the start, but now we're 21 by 21, right? And when we did the math, yeah, see, that's 21. When we originally designed this building, it wasn't a perfect square, and I didn't want it to be a perfect square. But now it is. I mean, it won't be for long because we're doing this accordion design to it. But it was always meant to be wider than it was deep, just to give more dimensions to the building. Oh. So, it's just weird to me that I managed to make the exact same miscalculation, seemingly twice in a row, because we verified it when we started placing, because we're like, oh, I don't remember how that laid out, so we had to we placed all the machines to see what the numbers were, and it came out perfect. So, I don't know. Should be 15. I definitely feel like I need to review the footage. Why did I mark wall 110? What was significant about that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. Because if we did Packers on top of this floor, if we managed to get to 10, if we got to, I don't know why I put wall 110. If we managed to fit all this in 10 floors, this would go up to 7 for that floor, and then this would go up 4. And that would be the Packer floor right here. But we're going to have 11 floors. So this is going to be a power floor instead, which means we'll go up 7 more, and then we'll have a 4 height floor. And I think that was the calculation if we had to go with 12 floors. We would do, we are going to do 7. Oops. Come on. We'll have to do 7 here. And then a 4. It would have been another 7 and then 4. Oh, that still doesn't look right. 7. Yeah, it should have ended there. What in the world were we... How did we come up with that last time? If we'd gone with 12 floors, we wouldn't have gotten up that high. I'm just so confused. What was going on last week? You guys were here. You know, the mouse in the pocket, from earlier comment, you guys are the mouse in the pocket. I explained it all out. Clearly it made sense to everyone else because no one else questioned it. Or they were all asleep by then. By they, I mean you. Did I put my audience to sleep? Is that the problem? Everyone woke up and just clicked like and exited the stream when it was over. All right, so that's 3 out, right? So yeah, evens 2, 3, perfect. That's fine, Mixter. I take responsibility for my own mistakes. You know, making mistakes doesn't bother me too much outside of my OCD. It's that I try to grow from my mistakes. So, you know, in order to do so, you have to learn from your mistakes, which means you have to understand how you made a mistake in the first place. That's where the confusion lies. I don't get how I made these miscalculations. Usually I can go back and go, oh yeah, I see how where I went wrong. And right now, none of it's making sense to me. I'm hoping I also don't change my mind about the color of this tile for these floors, because I don't want to repaint all of these. And my OCD will make me do so. I won't do it on stream, but eagle-eyed viewers at some point, several episodes from now, would catch me coming back to this facility for something and just happen to notice that all the floors have been repainted. I quietly didn't mention it to anyone. I do that kind of thing. Out of plastic. I'm gonna get the on-site plastic because I don't think we're gonna need much more of it. Geronimo! Not an insult to my possible relatives. I do believe that we have, I don't know where the Blackfoot came from, but I do believe that we have Cherokee. I have an aunt that's almost full-blooded Cherokee. I met her. She's a real person. Many years since I met her, but nice. She was a governmental liaison in Nevada or Arizona. I think Arizona. Yeah, it was Arizona. Between the tribes and government. Good job. Hula pie? I am not familiar with that. Is that a tribe? Is that a word? Not a word I am familiar with. I just need to pay attention to that. This isn't necessarily how far out it's supposed to go. I just kind of drew it. Wallet pie? I woo every time like I'm surprised. I don't know why I'm always surprised that I'm losing. Bullshit, but I seem to be. I think that will be clear of things when we go to build them. I also think that I landed this exactly at the right point. Fortunately, the only Indian tribe that I'm near are the Seminoles. I know I'm definitely not one of them. So unfortunately, I don't get any kickback from the casino, the Hard Rock Casino. All right. I think that we have the dimensions now for all things. I think now it's purely mass placement of machinery and Flagstaff. Okay, yeah. So I think that she lived near Flagstaff. I know that it was my grandfather's brother. His family lived out in Arizona, so that's why we would go out. That wing of the family was out there. Uh, and I think we were near Flagstaff. We went to visit them. And as is typical for me in my youth, what I remember the most about the trip was the arcade that I hung out in, because I spent all my time in arcades. And traveling to me meant new people for me to beat at Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Okay, these are people who don't know not to play against me. I vividly remember the arcade in the lower level of the Excalibur Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, Las Vegas, and I remember the really cool arcade that was outside of Flagstaff. Remember the arcade in Chicago? No, Jake, that never happened. I never met someone that was better than me. Now, I did meet someone in Las Vegas who had found an exploit in a very early version of Mortal Kombat that was undefendable, and he would use it excessively. Well, it was undefendable if he got one hit in. Of course, I was better than him, and I could keep him from. Once I figured out what he was doing, I wouldn't let him get it off. In short, if you're familiar with Mortal Kombat, the unblockable combo was in Mortal Kombat. You can hit your opponents when they're in the air, even if they're not on their feet, right? You know, in most fighting games or mini fighting games, once you've landed a hit and someone's falling backwards, for example, they've lost control of their character, and there becomes a point where they're immune to being struck until they've hit the ground and gotten back up. And that was not true in Mortal Kombat, especially in the early versions of Mortal Kombat, the original Mortal Kombat. And in the early versions of Mortal Kombat, you could. There was a perfect storm of loopholes in it. Using Sub-Zero, who I'm just going to assume people don't know all the things, even though probably most of you do. Sub-Zero could throw a projectile that can freeze you. He also has a slide maneuver that can, that's on the ground, so you can hit targets who are completely on the ground. And the early combo, cheese combo with Sub-Zero was that if you got a hit on the player, if you got a freeze on the player, what you'd do is you'd freeze. If you got the freeze on them, you'd uppercut them, and they'd fly up and backwards, and you would jump kick, which would knock them backwards and up more before they hit the ground. And then you would land before them because they're flying in an arc. And basically, as they were coming down, you would slide as they hit the ground, which would cause them, you would hit them as they hit the ground, which causes them to bounce up. So they never get to stand up on their feet because they never land fully on their back to recover. It would scoop them up off the ground, and you could do one small punch, which would knock them backwards and up again. And basically, you could jump kick and push them backwards until you got them to the wall. And once you got them to the wall of the edge of the map, you would slide. You'd hit the ground. You would slide, punch, which would knock them up. You'd do a one punch, which would knock them up higher. They're against the wall, so they're not flying backwards anymore. And you would just uppercut, which would knock them up higher. And then you would slide, punch, uppercut, and you just do it indefinitely. There was literally no counter to it whatsoever. They would never touch the ground ever again. And if you were player one, in that early version, two people couldn't play the same character. So player one, their square, their player select square would start on Sub-Zero. So it was impossible for player two to select Sub-Zero. So the player one person could just sit there and just take Sub-Zero all day long and never give him up, and always use that infinite unblockable combo. Unblockable if he got a hit in. So I had to teach him how a real player plays and just kick his ass without, Oh, flawless victory again. Flawless victory again. Oh, you can't get your combo off, huh? Flawless victory. You might want to learn how to play. And you keep using your infinite combo means you never bother to learn how to play the game. But I met that guy in Las Vegas, so I do remember that. It beat me until I was like, oh, I see what you're doing. This is a really early version of the game. But that was one of the cool things about playing in arcades in different cities or different states, was that you got to see different versions of games that you play. So I got a wide repertoire of experience and that I could never put on a resume. All these different ones. I want to look for a figure. I've mentioned that I'm in a little bit of a financial pickle at the moment, but I've had long-term plans of owning specifically a Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 machine and a Street Fighter 2 machine. The glory days of the arcade. Let's see here. We are one floor is 54 to 60. When we did 42, that was nearly a full inventory worth of stuff. Let's see if we can get away with 114, because that would be the two largest floors. How close we can get to our inventory holding that much stuff. Yeah, no, I was a terror back in the arcade. Back in the early days of the arcade, I was a real terror. When it came to Mortal Kombat, I never met my equal. when it came to Street Fighter 2, I did meet my equal. Not my better, my equal. And it was in a local arcade. It was actually a friend of a friend. And we basically made a pact to never play against each other. And what we did, I'll just grab a whole stack. We became very, very good friends, and we would just go to an arcade, whatever arcade we felt like around the city, and we would basically spend the entire day playing Street Fighter on a quarter. And he'd play one round, and then I would play a round. So like he'd play round one, and then we would immediately switch places, like against the same opponent. He'd step aside and I'd step in, and then I'd play round two, and then I'd play round and he'd play round two. And we played the same characters, but we had different style of play. Well, literally, if we played against each other, it was flip a coin which one of us would win, because our play styles were just different enough, and we were both skilled enough that neither one of us could dominate the other one. And so we would show up at an arcade, and like if someone got lucky and beat one of us for one round, they were not going to beat the other person. And so we would spend an entire day. We would spend 25 cents across an entire day of just playing playing Street Fighter. With a giant line of people behind us. People used to bribe me to get to go to the back of the line when I was playing alone in an arcade. We will pay you for your spot. Can you go at the back of the line so we can actually have a chance to win? We just do not have the inventory space for this. Grab all. The glory days. Back when the games required skill, as opposed to auto combos. We're going to that's what we're going to do. We're going to fall way, way short of making it to there. Okay. House of the Dead, wasn't that I thought House of the Dead was a light gun game, right? I feel like that's what that kind of game that was. I know I've seen it plenty of times. I don't know that I ever actually played it. I wasn't a light gun. I was definitely a fighter game person. What do I need to make one of these? That's what I thought. Concrete too. I mean, I played lots of arcade games in my day, but Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat were my thing. I still remember the first time that I played Mortal Kombat. I was my friend and I were at Putt Putt, the arcade at Putt Putt, the east side of Indianapolis. And I was taking a break. You know, he was on the. I put away the material I needed for it. He was at the machine, at the Street Fighter machine, just taking, you know, for the both of us. And I was taking a break and just kind of walking stretching. And Mortal Kombat was brand new, and it was in the arcade. It was one of the earliest versions of it. Still a choppy mess. We've got a rubber. So what do we need? Well, we just need motors and heavy monster frames. Okay. And it was the, what's this, right? Because Mortal Kombat was a gimmick. We were serious Street Fighter players. And Mortal Kombat was definitely a gimmick. It was stop motion, right? It was live animated, but it was motion captured, kind of. And it looked pretty cheesy. But it's like, it's a new fighting game. We'll throw a quarter in it and take a look at it. And of course, you're going to lose the first time you play because you don't know any of the moves. And I was against Kano. Don't remember what I played as, what character I was, but I know I was against Kano, and the reason I remember I was against Kano because he did a fatality on me. And fatalities wasn't a thing. Yeah, see, Tekken was the beginning of the end for fighters. No offense, but Tekken is the reason that fighters went away. Tekken was the game where you did this. Oh, look, I did cool moves, I win. And it was the lowest common denominator game, and because it drew lots of people in who didn't take the time to learn the game, other games realized that they could capitalize on that, and so games got dumbed down a lot. There were two games that were responsible for the death of fighters: Tekken and Killer Instinct. Because Killer Instinct introduced the concept of pre-made combos and abused the crap out of it. The whole game was built around, if you get one hit in, after you get one hit in, you just do your memorized combo and it's all guaranteed. And it was the same thing as people could look on the internet and memorize one or two combos and feel like they were good at the game, because like, oh look, I didn't just get one hit in, I got 10 hits in a row, look how awesome I am, when really they just got one hit in and then they followed the pre-designed up down button, and the game gave them the hits automatically. They didn't have to time landing something or countering something. And it was wildly popular because of that. And those two things combined, all games after that followed that formula, because it brought in more people, because people who weren't good at the game could feel like they were doing awesome. And it was the death. It was the death of fighters as we know it. And I played Killer Instinct, and I had fun with it, but I never took it seriously. But anyway, that original run of Mortal Kombat, like, I lost to Kano, and he ripped my heart out. And it was just, it wasn't guaranteed that if the AI won a match, it wasn't guaranteed that it would do a fatality. And I had no intention of continuing to play that game. It looked goofy to me. I'm like, this game isn't serious. We're kind of fighter snobs. I'll admit I was a fighter snob. And it was just a lark that I played it. Just let's see what it is. And had he not fatalitied me, I probably wouldn't have looked at the game again. But he, It's like, oh, okay, this gore, you know, that's cool. That's the gimmick, right? That it's live people, it's not animation, and there's lots of gore, okay, you know, blood. But that wasn't enough for us serious gamer, us serious fighting people. But when he ripped the heart out of my chest, I just stared at the game, jaw on the floor, and I ran straight over to my friend and said, "You've got to come over and see this." And you know, just like, you can murder your opponents. And I just remember that. That's what drew me to the game. And still never took. I mean, I still never took it serious the way I took Street Fighter. I mean, I took Street Fighter serious in like in just a way that I've never taken any other game serious. It just, you know, like Pro League serious. I never took Mortal Kombat serious to that degree, but I still dominated the game to the point that I had no equal. Which is not the same I could say about things like Killer Instinct. I dominated Killer Instinct also, but I never dedicated to it the way it would have been necessary to be like pro level. You know, I just learned a couple of characters that I enjoyed playing, and then that was just it. What movie came out? I do not know what movie you speak of. Was there another Mortal Kombat movie? Oh, I haven't seen it. It's the Mortal Kombat movies have been kind of shameful. I mean, they're cute for, you know, a fighting style, or, you know, just a martial arts movie. But none of them have been. I mean, none of them that I've seen have been as bad as the Street Fighter one. Oh, you did the franchise just I might have to look into it. I need the material to be able to place holes. Rods. I mean, there was the I think original Street Fighter movie with, I think, Jean-Claude Van Damme and whatnot in it. That was just like where M. Bison flies around on a platform, controlling the platform with an actual joystick and buttons from a Street Fighter game. I mean, that was. I mean, I don't think they meant to be serious about it, but it was so, like, even if that was meant to be fan service, it was not. It was just eye-rollingly bad. And it was just kind of, it was the icing on the cake of a movie that clearly did not have anyone in the writing staff that had ever even played the game. Much less was part of a fan base. I'm gonna replace this just to make sure I had that right. Where is my local power that can fly? Okay, here we go. I'll have to look for the movie first. And see what they came out with. I mean, the first Mortal Kombat movie, I don't remember the details of, but I remember not hating it, but I do think there was some eye rolling in it. And you have to take movies like that with a grain of salt, right? You can't take them too serious because just of what they're trying to mimic. I mean, the source material already is not exactly amazing, right? You know, the premise is loose to begin with for a fighting game, much less a movie. That's out of the way. But I'll have to look out for it. Let's see what came of it. Like there was the Chun-Li movie. That was interesting. It was a thing. The actress wasn't Japanese or Chinese. I think Chun-Li's, yeah, Chun-Li's Chinese. Yeah, I mean, you know, they clearly picked the actress because she was pleasant to look at. But I don't think she was the right nationality. And I don't necessarily think that she did a bad job. I mean, I don't have anything against the actress. There's plenty of things that I've seen that it's like you kind of feel bad for the actor or actress that played the role because they didn't have anything to work with. Which has been very true for the past few years of Doctor Who. And Doctor Who had gone completely off the rails. And it's a shame for the actors who are getting the opportunity to be a doctor and have to act out garbage writing. It's a shame because I'm a big Doctor Who fan. I love Doctor Who. I like the Peter Capaldi Doctor was just terribly written, and the Jodie Whittaker Doctor is even worse. It's a shame because I don't think there's anything wrong with Jodie Whittaker's acting. Oh yeah, Tom Baker obviously was a fantastic doctor. Matt Smith is my doctor. I love David Tennant. I think was a phenomenal doctor. And I always forget Chris Nicholson or something like that. The doctor that was he was the first doctor of 2001, 2005 when it restarted. You stopped after the movie with Tennant and Matt Smith. You mean the? Are you talking about the anniversary special that had both Smith and Tennant in it? Is that what we're talking about when you say the movie? That was in the theater. I do recall that being in the theater, and in 3D. That's close to when it started going off the rails. Yeah, the 50th of John Hurt would have been. Seeing John Hurt as a one-shot Doctor Who doctor. I would rather have not seen him play it one time and not get to be the regular Doctor because he was so the Doctor. it's just, it feels criminal that we didn't get to have a full John Hurt doctor, multiple years doctor, because he was so good. It's like he was so good that I would rather have not seen him play the doctor for a one-off. Yeah, he played the word out. He just was the perfect doctor. I've seen that 50th anniversary episode so many times I can't count. I think it was so good. I mean, there were plenty of good episodes afterwards, but that is in the neighborhood of when things started to go south with the writing. By the time Matt Smith called it quits, I was ready for Matt Smith to call it quits, which is tough for me to say because he's my doctor. But the writing was going downhill so fast that I didn't want to have to suffer through watching Matt continue to play the doctor with how bad the storylines were getting. Yeah. Like I said, I feel bad for Peter Capaldi because I think he's a really good actor. But his doctor was just a gibbering idiot. And it was entirely the writing's fault. It was not his acting. He did what he could with the dreadful acting, writing that went with it. It was a combination of bad storytelling and I think that Doctor Who was a victim of its own success with the Amelia Pond Doctor relationship storyline, because the development of Amelia Pond as a character and her relationship with the Doctor was done so well. They took the time to develop the character and then to develop their relationship with each other and expand on who she was as a character, bringing her husband Rory into it, getting her married and bringing him into as a regular character. Went from the meeting of Amy and the Doctor and then building their relationship to growing her character and expanding on her character and their relationship evolving with the husband present against, Doctor wasn't happy about bringing her husband along because he doesn't like a crowd. But they grew as a family, and the relationship just was beautiful. And it was well earned through lots of good storytelling. And when Amelia Pond exited the storyline, it seemed like they wanted that established relationship right away again. And so when they introduced Clara, they skipped all of the development. They went straight to Clara telling the Doctor what to do and him, needing Clara's advice because he's lost. And if he doesn't have her there, he can't figure out who he is. And it was never earned. Her influence over the Doctor was never earned. We were supposed to just accept it. Whereas, if Amy Pond said something meaningful, or she got in an argument with the Doctor because she disagreed with him, it made sense for him to listen because she had proven herself through many episodes and developing the character. And it was just one shortcut after another with Clara, which is a shame because the actress for Clara, I think, did a fine job playing the role. You just never, there was no investment. And that's just epitomized the Doctor since then. It's been shortcut after shortcut after shortcut. They don't want to take the time to develop the storylines anymore. You know, if we look at River Song, the River Song storyline is one of the best storylines I have ever seen in TV cinema. And the reason it was so good is because it was developed over such a long time without us really seeing what was coming. Hey, Charmer. The weather is fine here. It's all sun and shine. You know, we're still waiting for the waste management to come along and pick up all of our yard waste and trees falling over stuffs and things that we've put out. But any repairs that needed to be done have been done, and we're all good here now. Yeah, Ian veered off course at the last minute enough that we didn't see Sirius. In fact, I was disappointed. Like, you know, as I showed in that little clip that I posted, that I was going to spend the bulk of the hurricane on sitting on my lounging in my hammock. That was my Thursday, was going to be lounging in the hammock and enjoying the storm. And I woke up Thursday morning and the storm had completely just gone away. I was just so annoyed. Like, no! I didn't get to enjoy the storm properly. Oh yeah, I mean, like Wednesday night, the wind and the rain was so nice. You know, there's the weird isolation you have in that level of a storm. You're kind of isolated from the world, because the storm is so encompassing of there's no sounds that are not related to the storm. There's nothing else in the world except for the storm that's immediately around you, and so the world shrinks to, you know, you and your neighbors. You know, you don't see off in the horizon because it's dark. You don't hear cars going down the road, you know, outside the neighborhood. You don't hear the trains passing by. There's literally just the storm and the audio and the sensory feedback you get from it. And there's some comfort in that, at least that I take. That you are perceiving the entire world is just right there around you. And I love it. So Wednesday night was phenomenal. But I expected to have that and to a higher degree on Thursday, and it just didn't happen. I mean, yeah, I can't complain that my house didn't get blown away. but, you know, we'll complain anyway. That words from a song that says, I can't complain, but I still do. Sometimes I still do. So I'm building these things on auto. So if anyone notices that, like, I went to a floor and aligned something wrong, let me know. Because I'm rambling about Doctor Who and literally anything and just making sure outlines match. Just, I'm completely on auto at the moment. I could mess up an entire floor and not realize it until I'm 2 floors away. And getting on a good Doctor Who rant, just to a somewhat captive audience. Let's see. It's always back further than it looks. I think I actually want to take a moment after I finish this floor to redesign where we're going to have our signs. Oh, that didn't look right. Because I want to have signs that keep track of how many of what I have on each floor for an easier reference. Because there's going to come a point where we're going to have to deal with the logistics of all of this. We're taking a big leap that we're not going to run into a problem with piping. Because we have not designed the piping for these floors and done the math on how much material we have to move. And I need to have, it's going to help if I have signs on the floor that say, this floor has X number of machines on a certain layout. Yeah, didn't change zip codes because my house didn't get blown away. Let's see here. I think we should change our base of operations for where we're centralizing all of our stacks of information. On the front, near all of our supplies, but we have the... Just gonna leave it here. Do our cleanup later. How am I... This has obviously gotten disconnected from... Oh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Okay. I don't want to... Yep. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Void. Definitely, you know, you got the time, show up next week when we tentatively finish this next week, but maybe not. You know, it depends on what happens, how far we get this week. Wow. Yeah, I would not want to live in a mobile home. I would just rather live in an apartment. I understand the appeal of living in a mobile home over an apartment because it's, you can actually own it. But I think I'd just rather just live in an apartment. It's a weird dead zone between owning a house and an apartment, right? Because I don't think you really consider owning a mobile home building equity. but it's probably less expensive than living in an apartment on a monthly basis. You know, once you own the mobile home. Are they really mobile anymore? I feel like they should be named something else. Modular home or something. Who actually moves their home outside of a hurricane or a tornado moving it for them? It's not like they're, you know, regularly going, all right, I'd rather move it. I want to change venue. I'm going to hook my home to the back of my truck and then move it to another city. Like a camper van. All right. So we have officially 3 floors finished. I'm going to need ports, signs. Quartz. And I'm going to need reinforced iron plate. I think it's in the other. Which it is. I'm not going to edit these signs because we really need to take this out. So I think we just needed this to be somewhere. I don't feel like there's an optimal place to put it. So we're going to say, so this is floor 1. And floor 1 is a 6x7. $42. Save it, then copy it. I feel like we're going to be moving these signs again at some point. I mean, it's probably good that we're putting them at the back because I don't think we'll have any pipes coming up along this way. I don't think there'll be anything else that we're going to need to build here. Because all the plumbing is going to come from the north and east. Yeah. Six by 9, I believe. It is. Okay. Or 3, just by, and then we don't have the next floor done yet. You know, I'm gonna actually, I'm just gonna drop the sign there, but I'm not gonna fill it out until the floor is done. Kind of as a good practice of, you know, a sign being there and filled out means that we finished that floor. Because, you know, sometimes we have to leave a floor, we run out of materials or whatever. You know, crash like the entire map. Probably check and make sure nothing's stuck. And have to leave. Stuck. So far our fixes are working. we need to mimic this. So it's going to start 1 1/4 in. If my hand wasn't in the way. Right. And rerun the lines. Down this line because this is going to be machines in that line. We don't need that as our up and down because we have a new line for that. And this should be a 6x9, so we should get 9 on this. 2, 3, 4. Five, 6, 7, 8, and that's not right. That is miscount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Apparently I can't count to 9. Another thing that I need to watch the replay and figure out how I got that wrong. Alright, so that goes to the half. But at least my migraine has gone away. Fortunately, it didn't manage to. We got on it early enough that it didn't manage to turn into a full-blown migraine. It was a minor one. My head's still been a little off this whole time, but the difficulty seeing that I was having has abated. My vision was narrowing when we started the stream. Could you connect to the existing one? Thank you. That came out perfectly, so that's our dimensions. Excellent. And out of material. So we need to go this way. Let's you up. So we did like 110, and we definitely couldn't fit that much in our inventory. So let's just go with like 7. Geronimo! We need to remember to remove that. Oh, why did I do that again? Oh. Stop jumping in the void where there's no poles. I drift over is the problem. All right, quick wire. Why did I pick up a half stack? Why are there 2 half stacks? All right. And I need more because exactly on the dot will end up because we're drawing we placed Mark II poles, so it would end up being up shy if we did that. Don't need any of those. Don't need any of that. 50. Yeah. That's my level of heights. Still have not had the opportunity. I would say I'm the opportunity. I still haven't taken the opportunity to skydive. Just something I'm a little concerned that if I skydive once, then that's all I want to do, just like all day long, is just skydive. Like I'll always be like, you know, I could be jumping out of a plane right now. And just be dissatisfied with being on the ground. I mean, I know that the first time I skydive, I'll be like a little kid. Let's do it again, let's do it again, let's do it again. Something I really, really want to do. But I don't want to... I say I don't know why I haven't taken the opportunity. I do know why I haven't taken the opportunity. The reason is because I know that I'll like it so much that I don't want to do it like a tourist. Like, you know, you can pay to tandem skydive with somebody. And just be like, all right, I've skydove, you know, la-da-da, that's something I did. That's not me. It's not what I want. I want that once I get into something like that, specifically, especially skydiving, I want to actually invest into skydiving as a hobby. So I'm so confident that I'm going to like it so much when if I do it, that the first time I do it, I might as well be doing it as part of a training course to become a certified skydiver, you know, or whatever I have to get. And be prepared to start investing into the equipment. Skydiving, I did enough of research on it that skydiving as a hobby is actually very cheap. On an ongoing basis, it's just not cheap to get into. You know, all the initial equipment isn't cheap. Getting your own parachute and all that stuff. But after the initial investment, it's supposed to be a really cheap hobby because you know, there are groups of skydivers out there. You just join one of the groups and everybody chips in like $25 to rent a plane. And, you know, and that's it. You're like, $25, just go up and leap out of a plane because, you know, you have enough people that the cost of renting the plane becomes largely mitigated, and renting the plane is the only real cost at that point once you have your your equipment and all of your training and everything done. No, I have not seen a theme of a skydiver basically riding a roller coaster. Is that? I mean, yeah. So yes, I would try it once before buying a chute, but that would be part of the training course anyway. no trainer is going to tandem jump with your chute. Land face with no motion. That's exactly what I would expect. Yawning while he's on it. That is absolutely what I would expect. And I'm already kind of at that point. Like, you know, I used to love roller coasters. And I still appreciate them for what they are. I mean, I haven't gone on one in a while now, but the last time that I did the roller coasting thing, I had a pass to a theme park that had roller coasters. I lived down the road from the theme park. I could 5-minute drive and I was there. And there was only 2 roller coasters like at the theme park that I would even ride. It was just like they were the only ones that just kind of met with my need for it to be moderately extreme. And it was one of them had a, you know, they were both had an extreme feature to them. One had a you know, really high drop that you get all the way up to it and you just kind of stops for a minute, and if you're in the front car, you're dangling over the void, and then you plummet. Which was just awesome. And the other one was, you know, its gimmick was it was one of the fastest roller coasters out there in the world, and it did a lot of this, and you would just hang on to like being strapped to the front of an Indy car, and it was awesome. But any other roller coaster was like, And so I would just go there and ride those 2 coasters and then go home. Those 2 roller coasters and the sky, I don't know what they would call it, but the gondola thing, whatever it is, you know, it just you're just slowly riding in a thing across cables around the theme park, looking down on everybody. Because I love heights, so I'd ride that thing to one end and immediately get off, and then go around the line and ride it all the way back. I didn't use it to get to the other side of the theme park. I was riding it for the ride. And it really just was there for a reason to get from one side of the park to the other. It was nice to just chill out and stare down at everything. All right, I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention, but hopefully I got this all right. Nine by 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looking good. Floor 4 is done. That was, yeah, floor 3, floor 4. Excellent. Which I should copy this to the clipboard because there are more floors of this dimension than any other. And we're going back to a regular floor of 6 by 7. I should have pasted the one I had on my clipboard before I did that because it was a 6 by 7. All good. But we have to see how that's supposed to line up. I think it's Oh, it's on the edge. No. One in. Oh, 1 1/4 in. Okay. Let's that up. Get rid of that. Not the right way because it'd be really awkward to try to pipe it sticking out the wall. 1 1/4. Right? Pretty sure that's right. Find out when we get 6 more of these down. It either lines up properly or doesn't. It's kind of a shame to run all these lines when I know that I'm going to be rewiring the entire place, because obviously we need to hook all these machines up. If we actually took the time to figure out how that wiring is going to look, we could do that right now as we go. But I find that to be a bad practice. Because if we find a fundamental flaw after we've done all of this stuff, like that doesn't line up right. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. What is going on here? I think I lined it up with the wrong floor. And now I don't have any... I'm just gonna sink all the way down. As I was saying, if we find something fundamentally wrong and we have to tear up all the machines and move them, if we've done all the extra parts, then we end up having to move all those as well. So that's why I prefer to do just one thing at a time. Okay, yeah, I lined it up with with that. Silly goose. So it was 1 3/4, I think. Up, stop it. I need to, like after, I'm not gonna do it, but after this stream, I need to go back through the entire stream and make a clip show of every time I've had to say, nope, because of getting out of range of the electric pole. Make a video out of it and send it to Coffee Stain with the title, "Please expand the wireless range." Then extend it to the same range as a wire that goes between 2 poles. Probably look for a mod to see if someone made a mod that does that. It's kind of in the gray area of yeah, they probably would. It's a little bit in the gray area of my not using mods that fundamentally change the game. Between that and then of course my mod that I run that removes the cap on Zoop. Hey lady, welcome. Glad you could make it. Yeah, the problem with that plan is that I'd have to rewatch this entire stream just to make the clip show. And I'm not inclined to do that. I do rewatch my regular episodes, but I do that to make sure that the render was good. Any episode that I release, and I imagine this is true for many creators, if you watch a 30-minute episode from me, I've seen that episode probably at least 4 times. I mean, between the time the making it, and then at least 2 times through watching it during the edit, because the initial pass of the edit, and then another pass through to cut out stuff to shorten it, another complete watch through, and then after the render, watching through it to make sure that it rendered properly. I am not rewatching a X hour long live stream. My spreadsheet has still blocked my OBS screen for hours, so I still have no idea how long this has been. Don't bother checking because we got stuff to do and I'm not ready to stop. 7. And we ran out of stuff. Wow, we went through that material fast. That was 70, right? When we were shy of being able to carry all of it. Let's go at 60. So, lady, we've made a lot of progress here. I'll leap off so you can see it. We're going this way anyway. All those floors that we've built, we've got the general outline now of the building. We've settled on the layout of the fuel generators and how many floors it's going to take. Come up with a tentative color scheme and palette for the floors. Geronimo! Oh yeah, we have made a ton of progress. 6 hours at least? Yeah, I imagine so. Let's see here. It's 11 o'clock. It's exactly 7 hours I've been streaming. I really do not feel like stopping. All right. Starting to see an impact on our stock of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's hopefully going to look better when we actually have a facade on it. Oh, and I just realized I haven't, because of the corners and how I've designed them, I don't know they're going to fit. Let me get stuff and I'm going to look. Like this corner will fit. We might have to get creative with the feet. Oh, nope. Yep. come to me. Wow, I can click on that from this far away? It's odd to me that I can click on it from this far away when the ones at the warehouse, I can be nose up to it and I can't reach it. I have to jump. I think it gets blocked by the pillars, the beams that I have around it. So, lady, did you have to help your friend again with Satisfactory builds? Make any progress on their map? Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that's fine. 60. We'll do 60 at a time. Because one floor is 60 at max. I mean, I could count it out per floor, and just so that we run out exactly. But I don't want to bother. Just keep drawing things until we run out of them. Those all are going to be refinery floors. Where are we at? We're right here. I think floor 5. Yeah, zooping machines would be, especially right now, would be super useful. Get no argument out of me. I mean, at least they've improved it by doing the snap too. I mean, this has saved me so much time getting it to snap into place like that. Well, at least it's, you know, machines take materials, so swooping to infinity would be a little less infinite than you've seen me do with with platforms, foundations. Of course, you know, if they added zoop with machines, they would, just like with the foundations, there'd be some arbitrary, ridiculous limitation. Yeah, you can zoop with machines, but you can only zoop for two and a half machines. That's your max zoop limit. We don't want you to hurt yourself. Like, if I didn't have the zoop, or the snap to it, more time it takes to line it up. And it's jumping out of place, jumping out of place. Or I can just control snap, control snap. Oh, snap. Alright. So let's just go ahead and start the next floor. It'll work our way to the other corner, and then we'll come back down and place and fill out the sign. So that was a 6x7. The next one needs to start 1.5 in, 1.25. 1.25 in after we move this. Go ahead and save us the trouble of having to move those later. Oh, I don't want the hole. Thank you. How is it no matter what angle I'm at, it manages to line up with the cable? All right. I said 1 1/4. One and a quarter. Surprised I haven't placed like an entire row backwards yet. If these had inputs and outputs on either side, I'd get them backwards all the time. I'd do that an absurd amount of times. Unfortunately, you know, in video editing, I can cut out doing that mistake. Usually in a time lapse anyway. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. Make sure that we are lined up properly for this. The halfway mark. Yeah, and the other thing that gets me is things that, you know, that you're doing multiples of and they flip. They keep flipping themselves. That frustrates me. Like placing the glass foundation, for example. There's an orientation to it, and you place one, the next one you place can orient the other way around. Right. There's a bunch of little things like that that do that. Yeah, it is. Like, I just placed this with a certain orientation. Just stick with it. Alright, stop jumping up. I'm going to move all these because I expanded these floors. Still, it beats having to walk up and, you know, climb up and down a ladder on all these floors from, you know, before. When we started this project, we didn't have the hover pack. I mean, at least we had the jetpack, but jetpacking up and down between floors would just not be viable. Oh. I'll figure out what that was connected to later. Blue right on the half, and it does. Perfect. Go ahead and fill this out. This is floor 5. I don't have to go anywhere because I knew that previous floor was the one we copied from. By 7, 42. Just gonna. I said that we were gonna wait to do it, but if we're gonna build ourselves towards that corner and come up, then I'm gonna go ahead and just pre-fill this out. This should be 4.6 and everything else should be the same by 9. Don't worry about the whole wall going through the middle of our floor later. Power. More power. We don't have a node on this floor. I'm making a terrible mistake tying all of these nodes to this wall that we know we're going to tear down. Because we're going to tear it down before we're ready to tear all these up. And yet I've continued to do that. Like I should be tying them to the corner ones. The corner ones will be there until we're done with the whole thing because they are up and down elevator. Alright, all 9. It likes to flip itself. Now, if it flipped itself back here, that would be great, because then I could do these back to back without having to turn them around. That would be one time that would be good for it to flip around. Right, yeah, that's right. You know, interestingly, my brain stops talking to me when I live stream. I just blurt everything out. There's no inner dialogue anymore. My brain doesn't. Just kind of goes silent. Those are both going to be in the way. I'd be attaching these to the ceiling where they won't bump into anything, but later on when we have to clean all these up, it would be so much more of a pain. I have to clean up off the ceiling. I mean, we'll probably run them on the ceiling when it comes time to actually connect everything. Ooh, I'm seeing some flow down there. Felt a little choppy for a moment there. Yeah, no self-filtering. My brain only shuts off during the live stream in the sense that I don't, you know, like if I'm not live streaming, then I don't have to constantly throw stuff out there. And there's a lot more time to quietly reflect when I'm just working on a build. You know, between episodes, something like that. Yeah, we've really developed our build area here. And we're chewing up these materials fast, which is good. This is what we expected. We're actually building. And, you know, we're placing more of this machine than any other machine. I am glad that we took the time to set up this filtering system. Because, you know, we had our train, of course, delivering everything here. It was just an all jumbled mess up there up top. So sure, we didn't have to go back home anymore. But this is just so much easier to get what we need and move on. We are going to be prepared for that power spike, Jake. According to my spreadsheet, this facility is going to take like 9 gigawatts to run. So yes, if we just kicked it in, it would probably crash. There's a moderate chance that it would crash our entire factory. That our power storage may not be enough currently to sustain it. But I don't know, because, you know, unlike the turbo fuel plant, there's not as many steps for the preparation of the fuel on this in this one. Yeah, it is much more than 1.21. And well, welcome, Asymmetrical. Glad you can make it. Make it to the Tower of Doom. But yeah, I have a plan for jump starting this this facility. I haven't done math for the plan, but I'm fairly confident that the plan is going to work. Power of Power. Oh, good name, lady. You don't mind, I will officially call this the Tower of Power. We will label this tower. That is a great name. That's better than anything I'm going to come up with for it. The only other build that I have a name for is my Cliffs of Copper. I haven't named in my other builds, but this building is worthy of a name. That should be it for this floor. By 9, we already labeled. And of course, the Cliffs of Copper are my Ewok village build of 48 constructors hanging off the side of a cliff, making copper sheeting. Didn't feel like a very creative name, to be honest. Or, yeah, this is going to be a 6x10. And we're going to be 3 machines, well, maybe, because we took over stacks, so we might have enough to get this floor done. Or we have to go back to the storage. All right, what's the alignment? First block, okay, that's a good one. Before we get started on this floor, though, I am going to step away for real quick light. This is empty. Just about. You guys will give me 2 or 3 minutes. I'm gonna get something to drink. Stop falling off the. You know what? I should mute because there's probably all kinds of weird sounds from the microphone when I'm dropping it on surfaces. A little more professional about this. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Jake, I am not going to try to draw a giant castle gray skull on the front of the building. I mean, the size of this building, we probably could do some kind of weird pixel art. Thank you, lady. I mean, I might do something with the front of it, but I don't think I'll go pixel art. I mean, I'll probably draw a giant V or something on it. I don't know. I need to embed my brand in it somewhere. I have no vision at the moment of the scheme for which it is going to follow. I'm not a coffee person. I've tried many times to enjoy coffee and have never succeeded. I like the smell of it. I like dunking donuts in it. Like donut sticks. I've never been able to get it's never clicked for me. I have to put, in order for me to like coffee, I have to put so much sugar in it that I get like an almost immediate sugar headache from it. Kind of like getting a like brain freeze from eating too much ice cream. It's just kind of like, at some point I said, you know what, I'm working really too hard to like something, but there's no reason for me to do that. I mean, I imagine there was coffee in my household, but I don't know. I mean, I think back on it. I mean, I know my grandparents always drank coffee. I don't remember what my mother drank. There was more alcohol in my family than caffeinated beverages. I learned a lot from observing negative examples around me. And fortunately, I was observant enough as a child to go, you know what, I don't want to be like that. And not mimic the adults around me. Let's see here. So that came out exactly to the edge, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we get the right number. Be right on the edge of the last, yeah. Perfect, very good. Although I need to go all the way this way first. Fine. That's the highest I can go. Come on. All right, fine. I'll have to get on the ground. Just for a little bit. Oh, all right, there we go. It's. I think it's funny that, you know, I live and die by the Blade Runners up until I have perpetual flight, and then I don't want to ever touch the ground. Anyone who's watched my series, right? I didn't even unlock the jetpack, I think, until update 6 when I could wear it at the same time. I don't think we unlocked it until then, because I was not going to go without my Blade Runners. But I spent a lot of time off the ground once I have flight capabilities. Okay, so that came up exactly where it should have. Yes. Yes. Where is it disappearing to? Okay. I think the single best thing they added to update 6 was the ability to wear the jetpack with the Blade Runners. That's going to be in the way. That one's going to be close. Let's move it in before we have to delete it and free fall from the sky. We just ate up quick wire below our threshold. I guess we'll get some back right here. But that means when we go up to the next floor, I got enough threshold for all the fuel generators that we queued up. Yeah, I can't live without my Blade Runners. It's the hardest part about starting a new game, is not having Blade Runners, like, right from the beginning. And I always got the impression that I was in the minority with that stratagem. That most people took jetpack over Blade Runners. Like, I've been on, you know, like a couple of friends individually factories, and they were like, you couldn't transverse them without wearing a jetpack. Blade Runners didn't even factor in. And it's also kind of an impression I've gotten from just like Discord general chat, that people are more pro jetpack than they are Blade Runners. Blade Runners are easier to get in the did they change the recipe? Or the tier that it's unlocked at? Oh, it's not under Caterium now. Where is it now? Is it under a different tree, or is it now in the is it now in the a milestone in the MAM or in the hub? Hey there, Greg. Welcome back. It's in the quartz tree. That's a weird place to put it. I don't remember what it took to make it. So maybe it isn't maybe it isn't weird. Actually, now that I think about it, doesn't it take a oscillator? I don't know why I'm asking people when I'm literally in the game and can look. I can find it. Oh, right, it's not going to be on a bench, not a... it doesn't take an oscillator, but it does take silica, right? What am I thinking of? There was something that we make that takes oscillators. I think it was a jetpack, maybe. No. Even if it's in the hover pack. No, I don't know. Explorer. Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Okay, you're on it. Okay, you're always on it. The Explorer is exactly what I'm thinking of. Okay, when we get done putting these in, I'm going to go back and grab another stack of quick wire to make sure I don't run out of it on making poles, shorting us on our build. Which means we might actually be short on quick wire at some point. Because these are not supposed to be, the things that are in here are purely for the machines. They're not supposed to be for our build. Our accoutrements around the build. We're eating up our quick wire, making all those poles. And I'm entirely too lazy to switch it over to start using Mark 1 poles instead of Mark 2. Oh, it started to get... There we go. What am I half? Yeah, good, we're on it. Let's grab ourselves one more quick wire. So yeah, at some point we're going to have to get probably a couple more stacks of quick wire from across the world. A few more. But that won't be necessary tonight. I mean, we're definitely not gonna get to that point tonight. I say definitely. I don't think we are tonight. Well, then I think about it, the only machine, the fuel generator might be the only machine we're building that requires quick wire, so it may actually be that We could actually short ourselves. We could have to go back tonight because I want to get all of our fuel generators placed tonight. I think we can do it. I also think it's pretty safe to say that we're going to have at least a 5th episode of this. Because we're not going to get... I thought that tonight we might get to the point where we could start tackling the logistics. You know, getting some pipes and whatnot laid. That is not right. You know, at least start working out the pathing, but I don't see that happening. Not see that happening. So it probably will be next week. So we still have all the refineries to place. Packers, unpackers. Water extractors. Man, we've got a lot to do. You can, yeah, you can get silica from, there are, like fungus on the ground in some places that will give you silica. You know, when you're chainsawing something else, everything is destructible within a certain radius gets eaten up by it. And, there are calcite or something deposits, I think, that get caught by it that will give you silica. All right, so the 6x10 I think is correct. And we go in for a mycelia you'll mostly get from inside caves. Little mushrooms in caves. That's your most reliable source of mycelia. You can find some outside and around about, but going to just about any cave you go into, you'll find mycelia. And take your chainsaw. Oh, it finally happened. I finally clicked on this to try to edit it. All of this time, I've always caught myself and not done it. I finally got distracted. You can get mycelia by picking up, like mushrooms. But I highly recommend using the chainsaw because you get the wide area and you get way more of it. It also reduces the amount of time that you're standing around in the cave staring at mushrooms while giant spiders are sneaking up behind you waiting to eat your face. Never stay in a cave longer than you need to. All right. 1 1/4. That's true, Jake. As soon as you hear the skittering, it's time to go on the defense. But if you're new to the game and you're starting to go into caves looking for mushrooms, it's easy to get overwhelmed by spiders. I mean, we got killed by a spider in this stream. I mean, at this project, not today. If you'll recall, we got killed by a mama spider when we first came to this area to map out the oil wells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, granted, I was being cheeky and trying to kill her with the shotgun, the scatter shot, but nonetheless, I paid the price for not respecting her. You gotta respect her. Don't, she'll get you. And I didn't respect her. Yeah, I'll tell you the one thing I do regret about, we up until recently, right, our save was bugged and we had no mobs on the map. It occurred to me during that time to go spelunking while there were no spiders on the map, and I didn't do it. But it occurred to me, I'm like, there are no spiders in any of the caves. I could go exploring all I want. I probably should. I just didn't. I didn't get around to it. But like, if we look at the map, we have the Cave of Death, and there was another cave I discovered driving past at some point right here, and I made a note to myself to explore the cave. And I still haven't gotten around to exploring it. The reason I didn't explore it when I found it was because I wasn't prepared to fight the spiders. It was fairly early game. It was, I think it was when I think I found it on the way back from our first venture out in the Explorer to look for hard drives in the Dunes Desert. That was a long time ago. You go spider hunting? No, thank you. I mean, I'll stand my ground and fight the spiders, but I don't go out of my way to invade their homes. I know how quickly they can surround you. Run the power here. I think while we're on this side of the map, we should restock. All right, that's another 6x9 floor done. That's another 54 of them built. Yeah, it's like Lady's saying, it's the game really is about repetition. Try stuff, doesn't work, then try something else. If it does work, then reiterate on it, see how you can improve it. I see it too often in the Discord channel chats, and newer players are in a hurry. Just take your time, do it. If it don't work, it doesn't have to be right the first time. You get better at the game by just playing it and doing it and redoing it and doing it and redoing it again. I still build and tear things down so many times it's ridiculous. But it's a part of a mark of how good of a game it is, because I don't feel like I'm running over the same old ground every time. So I don't get bored of like, oh, I'm just doing this again. Move those to the corner. Yeah, well, I understand that, lady. If you're, specifically if you're trying to get caught up to play with a friend. To get up to speed in a game so that you can share it with somebody else. But it's common in Discord to see newer players going, okay, how many of this should I make, and how should I do this? Like, just build it, and you'll figure those out. Stop asking us how you should play your game. That's what I always want to say to them. If they're just asking how to do something, that's one thing. But too often they're asking us they're asking us to tell them how to play their game, and that's where I'm like, just play it. Just play it to have fun. The rest of it will work itself out. Best advice I can give. Don't stress out about getting it right at the first, the first time, or the second time, or the third time. This looks like it's going to be one of the small room. Yeah, it's going to be one of the 6x7s. We'll just go ahead and start it here. Power, thank you. 1 3/4. This will be, so this is the last 3 floors, so it's going to be the last of each floor configuration. Yeah, I mean, I give advice on a way of doing, like I'll give advice on my strategies that I like. Well, I like to do something this way, but that's because it's my style, not because that's the right way to do it. I get a little frustrated sometimes on especially on Discord when people talk about a way like it's the only way to do it. And then they look at people strange when someone has a different opinion. Why would you use that recipe? That's inferior. There's only one way to do it. No, no. That's so far from true. Part of the great thing about this game is there's so many ways to do things. And in fact, that's part of my philosophy from how I approach this game, is that every time I play a new run of this, the alternate recipes that I get from the hard drives is how I determine the path I take. Like I don't churn through hard drives looking for a specific recipe. Like our turbo fuel facility in this run uses the first turbo fuel recipe that we unlocked. Like, okay, so this is what we have. How do we work around it and use it? Instead of going through all the hard drives looking for the exact turbo recipe that I wanted. No, I'm going to stop building off of that line because I know we're going to tear that down anyway. Connect these to the corners. But obviously I don't have a problem with giving people advice on how to do things because I have a YouTube series on how to and showing how you can do things. But I definitely do not preach this is the way you need to do it. Or even that this is the best way to do it. So this is the way it can be done. And if you like it that way, feel free to try it. Do it a different way, then awesome. Hopefully I've given you some ideas. One more of these. Is it going to be in the right lane? It is going to be in the right lane. Okay. Guess we'll just walk it over here. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of. I watch Iscal85's modded Minecraft series. He's doing it because he's been part of that development for his for the Vault Hunters, and he's been doing his modded playthrough of that. I already like Iscal. I think he's great personality. I've been enjoying the heck out of that series. And it being a Minecrafter myself, seeing all the mods that the cosmetic mods that he's using, just kind of makes me sorry for Minecraft for not having those things. Couches and all their stuff. Like, oh, I would love to be able to basically Fallout 4 my run of Minecraft, having the ability to put furniture and all that stuff around. Instead of having to make chairs out of half slabs. Look, it's a chair. It's a half slab with a trapdoor in the back of it. Knuckles. Ah, there we go. I don't know if you heard that pop it. Oh, that felt good. Alright, that's another floor down. That was a 6x7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Oh, that's not right. We didn't finish that floor. Oh, goodness, that is not a good sign. Hope we didn't do that anywhere else. I guess we'll find out when we go to run piping. Floor number 9. Yeah, lady, I know you're a big Fallout 4 person. I mentioned it before. I really think that in Fallout 4 is an incredible game. And if it didn't turn so heavily into a inventory management sim, then I would have actually finished playing it. That was... Yes. Fallout 4 is one of those few times where I really strongly had to debate whether or not I was willing to use a cheat mod. I haven't, but a mod that removes the encumbered, or somehow just something to help with the inventory capacity, just so that I can actually play through the game. because I lack the self-discipline to walk past items and not pick them up. You know, I've seen plenty of developers talk about, you know, developing a game and having to add features to a game or restrictions in a game to keep a player from ruining the game from themselves, because they'll min-max something, or you know, they'll play themselves out of enjoying the game. Yeah, I just can't walk past stuff. This cannot walk past stuff. I have the same problem with the Elder Scrolls series. Like, I didn't finish Morrowind, you know, Elder Scrolls 3, because, you know, the house that I had taken over after murdering everyone who lived in it, eventually I had worked my way up in the mage guild to the point to where I was like an archmage or something, and they gave me my own tower, which was cool and awesome. And it was out in the middle of nowhere, and trying to move all of the rare enchanted weapons that I had hanging, you know, that were on display in the temporary house that I had taken over. I got to the point where I can't move everything. And I just never got back to it. I ended up never finishing it because I just couldn't bring I couldn't get everything moved. It just took too much time. So we are. Oh, I needed to go back and get more materials. Oh, right, I was supposed to go over and back to the corner. To lay out the grid, and I just didn't. Okay. Yeah, I loved Morrow. I mean, it was a fantastic game. I mean, I played most of the way through. I think what ended up happening was I know that I paused my playthrough of the game because of that situation of I got tired of making the trips back and forth trying to move all my stuff to the new location. But I think what happened was I lost the save, like I had a hard drive crash or something, before I got back to finishing the game. And I just was never going to restart it. Yeah, I skipped over Oblivion, right? That was part 4, right? For Elder Scrolls. Man, look how high up we are from our supplies. Down we go. I boycotted Bethesda over their frivolous lawsuit against Mojang. Because, you know, Mojang, right, made Minecraft, and they were working on their second game, which was called Scrolls, and it had nothing to do with Elder Scrolls in any way, shape, or form, and made no effort whatsoever to associate or use the existence of that franchise to promote itself. And of course, Mojang wasn't the success that it is now. I mean, they Minecraft was out; they were already doing well, but they weren't a juggernaut. And Bethesda tried to flex their "we have lots more money than you" muscle, and sued them for trademark infringement or copyright infringement, whichever was applicable, because they dared to use the word scroll in the name of their game because it might be mistaken for Elder Scrolls. And I don't like bullies. And that was just done with them. So when Oblivion came out, they did not get my money. That should not say mixed. How can that be mixed? It's not mixed. Make up your mind about what's in there. There's something in here that I'm not seeing that is not a heavy modular frame. There you go. Yeah, they did. They did that. It was just so flippant. I can't support this company. If they're gonna act like EA Games. I just can't do it. And I also didn't buy Skyrim either. Like that series is person non grata to me. That the series is forever tainted. I don't know why these are goofing up. Matter, we know what's in it. But I guess Mojang got the last laugh, or at least Notch, the founder of it, got the last laugh with the obscenely numerous amount of zeros on the paycheck that he got from Microsoft for selling Mojang to them. And I can't hate on him. Like, if I worked on a project like that, I would take it really personal, anything to do with the project. But that many zeros will buy my personal attachment away from it. If Microsoft wanted to pay me $1 billion to take over my Satisfactory series. They can retroactively go through all of them and erase my name from it. I don't care what they do to it. No, I cannot. I was not mad at him. Whoop. I built just the pole and not the power line to the pole. I'm like, why is this pole not working? There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wait. Making sure that. We line upright. Don't care about the clipping with the wall. The wall's not going to stay there. Problem is I can't control snap to it because of the stuff that's in the way. There we go. Something's not right. Yeah, that's not right. I'm trying to jump up on the wire. I don't want to build on the wire. There we go. Yeah, the migration was a little annoying. I don't like having to do stuff like that either, but fortunately I like the game too much. I like the game too much, and the game is going to be around for so long. It's not like it's... You know, like, you know, walking away from the Elder Scrolls series like I did doesn't really feel like, you know, they make one and then it's done, and then maybe they make another one later on, but Minecraft is just eternal. And there's too many things I like about it to swear it off for something like that. I mean, I'm a principled person. If they did something really terrible, then I could walk away from it. And of course, being a content creator, there's always that hope that someday I could actually be a successful Minecrafter. I mean, it's such a perfect storytelling tool. Because the game doesn't have a real goal to it. That's not right. Every time you play it, you can go a different direction. Like, there's only so much storytelling I can do with Satisfactory because we have a specific goal. We're gearing towards, you know, the completion of a factory. It has a functional purpose. There's still lots of creativity that we can do in this game. Or why it's such an awesome game. But every playthrough of it's still going to be going towards the same, you know, means to an end. Yeah, we need to put this in too. The other thing I'd really, just for the future of making content, I would really like to be able to do is to start doing some collaborative stuff. With other content creators out there. Just because there's a lot of potential in doing that. A lot of fun. Like like I mentioned last time, Impulse and Skiz are doing, or no, Tango and Brody are doing their Played Up series, and that looks like so much fun. All right, so we need exactly 60 more. I'm not confident that we have enough quick wire for it. No, we don't need 60 more. It's a 60 floor, but we don't need 60 more because it's the last floor. Look at the spreadsheet. We need, I think, 51 more. Yes. And earlier today, either last night or earlier today, I was watching I think Tango and Impulse and a couple other people, I think Skizman and someone else I hadn't seen before, playing Phasmophobia. It's a game I'd never watched before. About a cooperative about hunting ghosts, and it looked like a lot of fun too. But it didn't look like it would be that fun, like, alone. Like, it looked fun because there was 4 people working together to do it. Okay, so we are definitely shy on quick wire. I don't think we have any. Right. Yeah, group, exactly. It's a group game. And I would like to get established to a point to where I can be part of that kind of circle of content creators where I could do those kinds of things. Not just for my channel, but just for fun for myself, because I like fun. But also fellow content creators. Like I have a buddy of mine that I play cooperative games with. We need to shut off the conveyor belt. That I do cooperative stuff with from time to time. But he's not a content creator, and I'm not going to make videos of the games I'm playing with him. Just wouldn't work out because, he's not interested in that kind of stuff. Let's go all the way back. For quick wire. Send a train to get it. Yeah, like lady, you said that last week. You said that you were in a friend's world helping them with Satisfactory, and I have done that as well for friends. But there definitely wouldn't be a they wouldn't want to be recorded, plus they wouldn't be on the audio, and they wouldn't be in the mindset of behaving in a content creative mode. Hard to phrase that appropriately. You know, you act a certain way when you're creating content. Even if it's just talking about what you're creating. Like if I'm playing a game with a friend of mine, I'm not going to talk about how I do it all the time. Oh, okay, now I got to do this. They know that. And I don't need them to have to sit here and listen to me narrate what I'm doing in a game that we are playing together. Yeah, we don't have any quick wire. Well, I mean, it's not going to be enough. Not enough. Yeah, we ate up so much quick wire running all those Mark II poles that we don't have enough. Oh, most of your friends are content creators. Yeah. Yeah, mine are not. My friends don't even watch my channel. None of them do. My content creation is separate from my real world. None of my friends are YouTube. Well, they don't enjoy watching YouTube. And if they want to see something I'm playing, then they're playing it with me. All right. Yeah, and it's just that, right? Like I need to cultivate that. And I'm just not right now in the place to... I'm still trying to just get some stuff going for my channel before I start making that kind of effort to build that network. Although I noticed today when I loaded up YouTube Studio to start this stream, there was a new button that was never been there before, which was something like make a post. I didn't have time. I didn't even click on it because I literally had to start the stream. I was clicking on the buttons to get the stream started when I saw that button was never there. Not only is it not normally there, it wasn't there earlier today when I went into the stream to get a link to it to post the Discord, and to forget to post to my Twitter because I forget to post these things to my Twitter. Anyway, Lady, I'm sure, is familiar with this. People who others might not be. That there are milestones associated with YouTube. I know I've mentioned this. In your account can't do certain things until you reach certain milestones. And one of the things you can't do is you can't make forum posts, like posts to your channel to tell your viewers things before you have 1,000 subscribers, which is ridiculous. Which is why, earlier this week when a hurricane was bearing down on my house, I had to make a video to tell my viewers that, by the way, there might be a delay because my house might be blown to Oz. And I couldn't just make a post. I had to make a video. Yeah, and that's just a thing. That's just a thing about YouTube. But there was a button for create posts. Today when I was clicking to start the stream. And it was very clearly a button that isn't normally there, and it was in a spot that I've been very familiar with. So I was like, I don't know if they changed something. They changed requirements. Like the requirements for features on the channel are insulting. Because it's, we gotta go get quick bar. We can't do anything without it. Like, you know, to be able to monetize and to get those the features for the posting, require 1,000 subscribers and like 500 views or something ridiculous. Like I so blow away all the other requirements other than subscribers. Like exponentially more views and hours watched on my channel than are required. But because I can't get to 1,000 subscribers, I don't have access to these features. And it's a little bit annoying. Let's go to, instead of going to Quickwire, let's go to eHub Mid so that we don't collide with anything, and that might be a little bit shorter trip. Also, change this to power set. Left. No, right, because we wanted to auto stop itself, and we just back it up. Yeah, lady, I'm sure you are probably intimately familiar with the with the dilemma issue. But while this is driving, yep, there it is. So, lady, if you go to your channel dashboard, you know, normally in the top right you can upload a video, you can go live. Those are two buttons that are always present in the top right corner. There's a third button next to it right now, which was not there earlier today. That says create post. Yeah, looking at the monetization requirements, requires 4,000 public watched hours. I have over 20,000. It's like, can we something? There should be a point to where it overrides the other requirements. You know, because people who do clickbait can get the 1,000 subscribers super quick and then change the name of their channel or whatever, you know, just to get there. If you pulled down 20,000 viewed hours, then you're doing something right. Because people are staying to watch, they're not just clicking. Maybe. But I've been over 500 for over a week now. It might be. Maybe it's just it takes time for him to activate that stuff. But I mean, like, it wasn't there on Wednesday when I had to post the video about, you know, Hurricane Ian. But it just might be that, right? It might have been time it took for them to upgrade it. But that's a feature I've been wanting to have, is to create posts. You know, a way for me to actually get a message out to people when, you know, I have something that needs to be conveyed. Alright, we're not going to let this train get away from us this time, because last time it ran off without us. Yeah, we don't have to go far to get quick wire. Look at that. Quick wire for days. Grab a bunch. That should be enough. We probably only needed like 3 stacks of it. We need anything else while we're on this side of the world? Oh yes, let's go get the rest of our motors. We're gonna pass by home anyway. Home left. You still getting there? You're close at least, right? Oh. We're going the wrong place. Oh, well, no. Okay, never mind. The home used to go the other way around, but now that we've reconfigured the rail lines, I guess it's a shorter path to go this way. It just threw me off. I took a wrong turn. There's the last roundabout I needed. I don't know that I don't know that I'm going to get rid of it. I don't know that I'm going to keep that roundabout. I might get rid of it. Might not need it anymore. That roundabout I'm not counting. I hit 500 last week during last week's live stream. Not from the live stream, but it just, the timing coincided. Hardspace Shipbreaker came out on console, and so I've got another small influx from people watching the tutorials. Nice. Yeah, it's a trickle. I'm not mad about it. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I started this as a hobby. Shouldn't be anything here for it to pick up. A pandemic hobby. But I'm enjoying doing it. It gives me it's a wonderful outlet for creativity. Let's see here. We need 1,120 motors. But saying it's a hobby, I still would like to be successful at it. And it would be really nice to draw some income from it at some point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000, 120. 1 and some change. If we need anything else, and I'm not going to bother putting these in the relay because we can just carry it in our inventory. It feels like I should put these in there and let our train come and get it. Just, you know, because like it put in the work to carry everything else, and it's like we're cheating the poor train out of the last load. But this is the partnership with the train. That's what it is. Let me carry some of its burden. Thanks for doing all the other work. I'll carry the last little bit. That's what that is. Let's see here. Where is it? Why are you going back to the hub? No. And now it wants to go to home. What is up with this stupid train? Yeah, Greg. Yeah, I know. It is. It's all about the numbers. I'm like I said. I understand that there's got to be a mechanism of some sort, right? I'm not mad about it. All right, is it going to turn around? Oh, nope. It's going to come to a very hard stop. Probably shorter now for it to go around the other way. Yep. I don't think we needed anything else. Everything else should be on site. Yeah, I'm not even sure how my posts will show up, but I'm glad that I'll now be able to do so. I don't want to have to make videos just to help people. I'm not going to make... next video is going to be delayed. I didn't expect to get... I thought that was that feature was attached to the 1,000 mark with monetization. But apparently not. Shows just how closely I pay attention to it. I figure I work on the content and everything else work itself out. It used to be. Well, that might be why I got that impression. I thought we cleaned up. Why don't I do this while we're here? I thought we cleaned up all the temporary ramps that we did when we had to come here and jumpstart this place. And this will give us an opportunity to check and make sure that the work we did earlier is actually working. I should have changed jetpacks. Oh, I can't because I don't have that jetpack with me. Well, we came back at some point and got the other stuff. I clearly forgot to get this one when I cleaned up the other ones. Of course, now I could probably use it to get back over there because I didn't bring the other jetpack. But so for those who were not here at the beginning of the stream, the first thing we did was come over here and do this. Nice and full. So of course, last stream we crashed the entire factory, and so I have instituted a couple of measures that won't stop us from crashing it again, but will help us in reviving it. Which is, first of all, I've done this. So there's a one-way valve loading up both of these, and then a closed valve returning it back into the factory. So if this ever dies out again because of a lack of compacted coal, we have these two giant fluid containers now full of already pre-made turbo fuel that we can release back into the system like an insulin shot, or not insulin, the adrenaline shot, straight to the heart. And we instituted a couple of power switches. So we got one right there so we can isolate this entire power facility from the rail network so that it doesn't power everything else. And we put another switch isolating the batteries that are all the way over there from everything. So if the entire network crashes, we will have pre-made turbo fuel stored, and we'll have, I think it's 800 megawatt hours worth of batteries that are also not touched. They will still be full and charged. So I can flip the switch, which will power all the refineries, and I can open up this valve, which will get an injection of fuel to the local power generators, and will hopefully be enough to get this entire factory, the entire power plant running independently, and then we can flip the switch, reattaching it back to the rest of the rail line, which will be the rest of the factory. That's the idea. In all likelihood, we will never have to use it. But we now actually have a plan in place in case the worst comes to bear again. Now, the new facility that we're building, the 85 gigawatt facility, will also have a failsafe built into it. And I think will be even easier to jumpstart because of the fact that it doesn't require supplies coming from elsewhere, and it doesn't require as many steps to start producing fuel. I think it does. Or not as many power intensive steps, right? Because the turbo fuel facility is going to, it's a refinery to a refinery, because it has to crude to heavy oil to turbo fuel. That's not too bad. This facility will be refinery turning crude to fuel, and then And then a refinery is turning the fuel into diluted fuel. So it's still a refinery to a refinery. And then the packer has to unpack it. So I guess there's actually more steps involved with this one. But the fuel at least doesn't have to go through another conversion. That's good, Greg. So what was your backup scheme so that your coal factory can be started? 'Cause, you know, the idea, of course, is to be able to do a cold start when the rest of the factory's down. Like segregating my batteries from the rest of the network, I think was important. So the batteries can never be drained. So I assume that your biomass generator is not actually connected, right? Because it'll kick in on its own otherwise. If your batteries would get touched, your biomass will automatically turn on. That was the one problem I had with biomass generators. Is that you can't keep them on the same network with yeah, both. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's exactly what they need to both be disconnected. You can't keep a. That was my complaint. A minor complaint I had about the interaction of biomass generators and batteries. Is that the batteries get yeah. A little confused for a moment here. I'm like, didn't we go for quick wire? Why do I have all these motors? I would like for biomass generators to not turn on unless all batteries are drained. Right now it's the wrong way around, right? The biomass generators will kick in first before starting to drain batteries. I would prefer it to be the other way around. Let me go down here. Oh, I need to clear all those out. Okay. As a result, you really can't keep your biomass generators plugged in as emergency generators. Well, you can, can't you? If you just have just a battery and a biomass generator, the biomass generator will run to charge the batteries, as far as I'm aware. Didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Well, that's odd. What's the biomass generator powering then if it's not charging the battery? That doesn't make any sense at all. This thing has gotten confused again. I'm confused, because how did we run out of heavy modular frames? Ruh-roh. Stators. Oh, right, the stuff that we for the yeah. Okay. Get this out of the way. No, I know about the plate. I wasn't sure why it was I had modular frames and all that other stuff in here. Because we've segregated everything out, but I forgot. We brought new materials for power storage, which was not part of our original setup. So there are no storage. That's why they're sudden. I expected to only see cable and aluminum sheeting in here. I was surprised when I saw other stuff. We need to find a few heavy modular frames. That's fine. Those I know we don't have to go back home for. Computers. We should have heavy modular frames at our storage up there, because you remember we emptied our inventory, but I'm just going to get some over here from the train storage. We have any in here? We do not. Okay, we should have it over here. Ooh, eeny, miny, mo. Bing! While we're here, let's put back some of our quick wire that we took out of it earlier. Well, have a good night, Rickster. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with us. Always makes it better. Be sure to remember to like on your way out. And we will, of course, be streaming next Saturday, barring any kind of unforeseen events like Hurricane Ian turning around and coming back to Florida. Let's see here. I think we need to decide how we want to do this layout, because we don't need to. We're not going to do a 6 by 10. I think we mimic this floor, right? Because it's 54. The 6 by 9. I mean, we still expand the width of this for the aesthetics of the building, doing its shape, but we mimic the layout. There's still a possibility that we might expand one more on either end to have a walkway, because I don't like these being all the way up against the wall. Here it's 1 1/4. In this case, 2 1/4 because we have an extra. Am I the right way? It is. Oh, it's out of place. Two, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Because I'm really gonna want to be able to walk around these and look out windows. And having the windows flat up against the machines is gonna be awkward. Plus, looking at it from the ground and seeing in the windows being flushed up against the machines might look weird too. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. I mean, I still want to do an observation deck. And since we did save a floor, I think we probably can get away with one. Because we're... You know what? Before I start doing that, let's get this. A home stretch with placing these machines. Not get distracted. We're going to be 3 machines shy in this layout. Look right. There it is. Not sure where I want to short the machines. Or just back here in the corner. One, 2, 3. So if we leave those missing, then that should work itself out. Mm-hmm. You know, whenever I slink down like that and come right back up, I knew there was an association in my head, and it just occurred to me what I always think of, which is the Dread Pirate Roberts from Princess Bride. Hopefully this won't spoil anything from anyone who hasn't seen the movie. But there at the end when he's trying to stand and he's leaning on his sword, the sinking and getting caught and brought back up. Just a weird association to have in my head, but for some reason that's what, whenever I sink down like that, I knew there was an association, and I just finally penned what was going through my head. But that was it again. Right there. Oh, all the way to the ground on that one. Yeah, we'll run another line. Next, they need to allow us to wear both our jetpack and hover pack together so that when we run out of power, we can supplement it with jetpack. Carry us to our next power pole. Okay, so that was only 2 I left off of here, right? Because that would have been back to back. So then the third one that will be missing will be the one across from that guy. It'll be the corner. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, right? One missing there, one missing there, one missing there. Okay. All right. That should be all of them. Get our signs updated. It's gonna be 410. Six by 9. Oh, really? I'm out of rods. 2 rods shy of finishing the floor. Oh, cruel. Always the way. Oh, don't tell me I don't even have the rods on this. What can we delete that will give us rods? Other signs. So we're using all those. I mean, we're not going to be using these, right? They're replaced. Yeah, let's just... This wall is not long for the world anyway. It's faster than climbing? That's the same rate. Wait a minute, how am I still because it's not the sign on the wall that's the problem, it's the stand that the sign is on. Take it from there. Oh man, we could dismantle that ladder, that would do it. Alright, right, fine. Or 11. 51. A moment and bask in the glory that is 11 floors of 567 power generators. Okay. This should not be foundation of that type. This will be the packing floor. That is still the wrong type. We need to figure out what color we want packing floor to, or unpacking floor, I guess. It's unpacking fuel. It could be the same orange that we have on the packing floor. If that's the same orange that we had. Swatch number 2. Oh, our packing floor is blue because it's a what? Well, no. Right. The refineries in this case are going to packing, not the packers. Yeah, that was swatch 2. Well, I want it to be the same though. Woo. The corner, it's where they're all at. I feel kind of like them at the end of the of Portals, where you're riding the elevator out and just watching the floors go by. This is a triumph. Making a note here, huge success. I don't think I want the same orange. This is going to be our most open floor, except for the observation floor that'll be above it. That's not like too bad. I'm gonna need rods for running the lines. We go back to our. Actually, I think that maybe what I'll do is No, we're gonna want to keep that ladder for now. I'll go back and get it. We'll end up going towards that side anyway with the flooring. That's too dull. Yeah. That's what we already did, right? Yeah. That's way too bright. We're using that for something else. I think for now we'll go with this. And this is going to be a standard floor size, I think, right? We're coming back in. No, it's 2 out. This is our largest floor size, so we need to go out by 2. All the way back. And we're out of plate. We need rods. So I'm just gonna have them make some rods for us. I don't want to go all the way back for them. And I don't have rods to make a merger. Oh. Parkour fail. Need to take. Takes 2. Need many. Not sure how clean that water is. No, I'm not gonna bother doing the packers or refineries tonight. We'll save that for the next stream. I'm gonna get the floor built. There's one more thing I wanted to look at, which was we talked about putting the feet on the building. Yeah, there's gonna be some stuff in the way. That's annoying. I think that the feet are going to have to meld with the environment. I think it's okay. Like they won't all go all the way down. There's an object in the way, then they'll just perch on top of the object. Yeah, you know, I've had this. Oh, I don't have my inventory now. I've got a portable miner in my inventory up there. I'm just gonna plop one down on the sand ore just to get it out of my inventory. Oh, we're not gonna have enough concrete. Over here. Way more than we need. Time to aim back for the sky. We only needed enough rods just to put down 9 holes or so. Yeah, I think Superman gets to the sky a little more quickly. Yeah, if we didn't have the if this hover pack wasn't a thing, we would have half of this done. The ability to get up and down has been so important. I think I think 16. I think we're still at 20. It does still count. A little less dramatic on the takeoff, though. Imagine Superman going up, up, and away, and then everyone on the floor goes, and then just watches him drift away. Like, you know, when a kid at a carnival lets go of a balloon on accident, and everyone just watches it. Brain not functioning. How many? Don't know. We'll just do that many. When we get there, we'll judge. We actually don't need as many power poles because this isn't the 3-lane configuration, because we're just building the floor. We're not actually facing the machine, so we don't know where the machines are gonna be to have to dodge them with the power poles. We're just gonna do the initial down the middle power pole so we can make the floor. Is it morning where you're at, lady? You're like in Sweden or something, right? Aren't you on the other side of the pond? Seems like I picked up the impression at some point that you were somewhere else. Denmark. So it's really early in the morning for you when I'm streaming, isn't it? It's probably the middle of the night. Knowing how long these streams run. Ooh, just about out of cable. Your extremities are here. I think that's it. There's going to come one in from the floor below. And the floor above us, which will be the observatory, will come in one more. 2 more. Okay, that's it for this floor. Should leave a note to myself, because I'm not going to do the next floor yet, because we don't know what kind of flooring we're going to use with color scheme and like that. I don't want to draw it until we have some idea. Unpack, I think it's 11333. Yeah, I'm about ready for sleeping too. A bit tired. We'll be wrapping this up fairly soon here. Yep, 113 and change. I'm kind of leaving myself notes because, you know, it'll be a week before I look at this project again. Oh. If I'm going to retain the shape on the roof, the you know the exterior coming out and coming back in, this needs to be a 7 high ceiling, just because it's going to come back in again. I'm just going to mark the 4 height that is required for the Packers and play with the shape and see if we can cone the roof. Or not. Because the observation floor doesn't have to. It's going to be coming back in. All right, so it's going to be, I think, oh, go crazy on me like that. What is going on here? I think it's roughly like that. I'll check the pattern on the other side, but I think it was something like that, and then it was supposed to go in 2 more. And potentially we could nestle the observation deck within it. And still have this come over it like a roof. That's where it would be an actual roof. One of these. We don't have the material for in our inventory. That's fine. So it's possible for us to mimic the exterior. We just wouldn't have any glass on the sides, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense for an observation floor. So we'll work on it. We can make something work. Not worried about it. I just need to make sure that I have the dimensions defined, which is going to be just like that, I think. No, it would be like that. Right, 1 out, 2 in. Okay. So either we make the observation floor here, or we, instead of doing the 4 high that's required for a Packer floor, we just mimic the 7 high that we have on the other floors, so that the pattern can repeat up to the top deck, and we'll still be able to see, you know, out and around. We succeeded in shaving off enough height that we didn't end up in the stratosphere. I don't even know how we came up with this map. I'm worried about this because we had done I can see the math on my spreadsheet on how many wall heights it was going to take to get here. And if we did if we did 12 floors for the generators and 4 for the unpacking, we ended up here at 124 wall height. We shaved 7 off by only going to 11 floors. And yet, somehow we're off by 15 floors, 15 wall heights. And this is, yeah, so something is not right. We know we got the floor heights right for all the generators because we've actually physically placed the generators and they fit. But the spreadsheet says that we have 4 floors of refineries, which are 8 wall heights apiece, which is 32. If we only went 10 floors of generators, that would be an extra 70, which would put us at 102, 108, and then 4 for the unpacking floor, which is 110, which was right there. And that's correct. Because if we hadn't done this, if we hadn't done floor number 11, then this would be the unpacking floor right here, which exactly is 4 height. And roof would be right here. So that's correct. But if we had to go with 12 floors of generators, that was going to add 14 floors to the 110. Which put us up to 124. That's more than 4. That's more than 14 wall height. That's where our I don't know how we got there, but that's where it should have ended. How in the world did I get that high up? Okay, that means everything's fine. I just don't know how I ended up with this many extra floors. How many more floors was that? Extra 11 floors. Somehow I came up with an extra 11 wall height. See, I marked it as 124. This is clearly more than 14 floors above the 110. Maybe Infinite Zoop got a little crazy on me at the moment I clicked. That's okay. That makes me feel better about this because this was puzzling me. We can officially get rid of this, though. We now know the height of the building. Or probably. Let's leave this. I say probably because we might end up expanding this up by 3 more for the shape. And then we have to determine how tall we want the observation deck to be. But basically we know the height of the building now. Okay, we need to put all of this away because it's construction material. We don't want to mix in with our material. We're going to have to do a little extra running back and forth real quick. I want to dump all this into our filters. Just have it return to where it belongs. Down there, somewhere, wherever. Not this. We brought an extra of that. Those, that. Throw one more of those in. And that. Yeah, that's good. That can all go into where it needs to go. For next time. We need to claim our standard inventory because I still have to work on next episode. Which I will do this week. Oh, it's above us, not below us. These, because there's nothing in them. Oh, there's stuff in that one. That's construction materials that we're going to need to reassimilate. Sort. Manually drag these in here so they don't get mixed in. Carry all of it. That's okay, because we've brought a bunch of extra quick wire. And these are the things that need to go back. Bridge. And we need to turn these back to load so that we can reload our train with standard stuff to have available during the week. Don't care about that thing. And that's just miscellaneous building material. Home left. always feel bittersweet kind of loading the train back up to leave this site, because this is 3 weeks of working on this site, knowing we're not going to be back here for a week, packing our stuff up and leaving the job site. I really want to get this thing done. Man, look at that. I'm going to take a moment to actually... Goodness. This is the first time we've actually stepped away from it and looked at it since we've built the floors, and wow. You see, there, with the way that the machines are right up against the edge, I really feel like we're probably going to add another, just one more on front and back to give it some distance. Ow, hey! Excuse me. Oh, you guys don't want to start this. Anyway, I will probably want to add one more platform to the front and back of them. Maybe even one of the half platforms that we now have before putting a front facade on it. No, it won't be the half platforms because then the walls won't fit. We don't have half walls. I pay him no mind normally, but he actually managed to hit me finally. Yeah, this is gonna be a heck of a build. Done. And the wild thing to think about it is that this entire building will produce nothing. It's purely power, so there's no product that'll be coming back out of it. That is a monster. But yeah, we'll probably put an extra layer on the front and back just to get some distance away from the machines when we put the windows in. Well, first we'll put some glass in and see what it looks like. Yep, Tower of Power. I should have put a sign on it. Remind me next week. I meant to put a sign to remind me to name it. Actually, I'll just put it on my spreadsheet. Tower of Power. Didn't mean to blow my horn. We'll yeah. And next week we'll get the refineries in place. Next week we should be able to get the refineries in place and all the packers. I thought we'd get that done tonight, but just building all the floors and everything just took so much more time. But the floors are in place now, so that's not something we have to deal with. Just placing machines, so we'll just figure out the layout for the refineries. That's only 4 floors for refineries. The different floors will have different layouts because they're doing different things, but then the packing floor and the unpacking floor will probably be identical with the exact same amount of machines. So once we designed one of those, basically we have to design 3 more floors because 2 of the refinery floors are the same, the other 2 of the refinery floors are the same, and the both packing floors will be the same. And we don't have to do anything with the observation deck until the building's done, and then, I mean, since I'm not running decorative mods, I don't know there's not much we can do with the observation deck. We can't exactly put plants and furniture in it. But you know, I'll settle for just being able to walk around in it. Home sweet home. And we didn't have any more congestion with the trains, so our fix to this area may have actually resolved our problems. So that's good. Yeah, I'll repack the train later. I still haven't admitted to it right now. Anything else I want to do before we wrap it? Yeah, I'm really hoping that they will, you know, later on. Because the statues just don't do anything for me. Have more decor in it. I'm fine with, you know, the idea that they don't have it right now. That if they're focusing on functional content, if that's their reason, you know, if they're intending to do it, then I can see that being a thing that comes late to the game. Hopefully they'll do it. I mean, you know, over time they've given us stuff in the form of, you know, the extra materials. Oh boy. I ran out of hard drive space. My recording stopped at some point. I had a lot of space. Just a quick second here. That. It's no big deal. I mean, it's highly unlikely that I would end up using any of my stream material. I'm mainly recording the stream in case we had another thing that I needed to clip out of it, like, you know, crashing the whole thing again, like last time. Grab this here. I had to, for the next episode, I actually wanted to include clips from the live stream for when we broke the factory, and realized I hadn't, you know, I had done some of the recording, but not much. Okay, hopefully this is not gonna drag things down here. Yeah, let's see here. How large is the file? It's gonna be in the $170 gig range or something like that. Yeah. Also exactly 170 gig for recording this episode, this run through. I mean, we're at almost 10 hours, so I didn't expect to do a 10-hour recording. So yeah, I was saying, you know, I wanted to include the clip of us crashing the factory from last live stream in my episode, and falling into the void, because these are things that don't normally happen. And, you know, it's almost a blooper clip. and I had done some recording of the live stream by accident because I had recorded something on purpose for the episode and then forgot to stop recording. So I was like, all right, I probably got those captured. I went through all the recording and it wasn't on. I'm like, darn it. So I had to do the thing that I never wanted to do, which was I had to download my entire live stream from YouTube, which took like 6 hours to download from YouTube because they do not give you a high throughput on the download. Oh yeah, I recorded at pretty high definition, so I actually backed down my recording quality for Satisfactory because it was I was recording at a quality higher than the game the live game actually is in. So yeah, the 170 gig doesn't surprise me. You know, when I record my Hardspace Shipbreaker live streams, which are almost exactly 4.5 hours every time, those are about 90 gig a piece. And I have all of those recorded, except for a couple times I forgot to hit the record button. Yeah, I don't know when it's, but nothing catastrophic happened in this, so that 170 gig, I might even end up deleting it. I don't know if they'll have a need for it. I'll think about it. But no, that's going to be it. I want to call it. I'm going to get something to eat and then tired. Next week, I said we'll resume on getting the machines placed. I expect we'll get probably all the machines placed next week. I say probably because the last machines that we're going to place will probably be the water extractors. And the reason for that is because I want the shape of the building finalized, including the feet of the building, so that we know where we have water that we can build on without impeding the aesthetic of the building. So the water extractors will be the last things to go in, and so it might be that we will literally finish the building shy of exactly where we're going to connect our water pipes before we even look at placing water extractors. And so that might not happen next stream. But we will get all of our refineries down, we'll get all of our packers down. We'll be able to finally start looking at the math behind the logistics. You know, this grouping is going to take X amount of fluid, so how many pipes do we have to have on a floor or on a given line? Where are we going to start dropping them through the floors? You know, and how much we're going to be able to carry on a belt. Of course, now we have Mark V belts, so we have a little more leeway on our belting. So yeah, that's what we'll be focusing on next stream. But thank you very much for coming out. Thanks for hanging out with me live. The auto save is about to interrupt again. Be sure to leave a like on the way out. I'm pretty sure everybody here is subscribed. But if you're watching the replay and you're new to the channel, and somehow you made it to the end of a 10-hour stream, then be sure to like and click you're supposed to click the bell, I guess, to be notified. I think that's the thing that I don't do on the subscriptions that I have of other people's, is I forget to click the bell, and I don't get notified on their on when their new things come out immediately. And so I miss streams sometimes. So I think that's what we need to do is click the bell. But I think it's gonna be it. There won't be an episode tomorrow. It's just not ready yet. Thanks to Hurricane Ian. But it should be one next week. Thanks again for coming out, and have a great night or day if you're in Denmark. And a great rest of your weekend. And thanks again. So see you next time.